Welcome to the scorching start on the Birds Broadcast Network. The Orleans Firebirds on the road, and the weather clear after a rain out yesterday. The Birds back in action to play the best team in the East in the Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the scorching start on a muggy day from Red Wilson Field in Yarmouth. Alongside Dylan Pescatore, I'm Ian Nicholas. We'll hear from the third member of our crew, Sammy Miller, in just a few minutes. Dylan, the last time Orleans was at it, it was a great game. It was a quick game on the road against the Harwich Mariners, but one that did not break the way of the Birds, 2-1 in favor of Steve Englert's team.
Yeah, and Harwich, who really took it to the Firebirds in the first two matchups, the run differential in those first two games, 22-5. The game that happened on Friday night, only 2-1. It was a much better, more competitive game. Pitching was up to standards. It was really one of those games that you'll talk about in terms of that was playoff baseball. Every run was so competitive. You had to sneak across any base you can get, and pitching was so good. So the Firebirds didn't come out with the win. However, it was a loss that you could take a lot away from, and a loss that really you don't feel bad about.
You don't feel bad about it, but 2 runs against 1 run. Obviously, the offense was not clicking as it was in that Brewster series. Did get 7 hits, but we'll talk a little bit about the lineup later on. Who are you looking out for tonight to kind of rebound, step up, and provide some offense in a park from Red Wilson Field where there might be an opportunity to take it deep?
Yeah, the dimensions are not too far here at Red Wilson Field in Yarmouth. And I'll tell you this, I think there's 2 names to really look out for. Everyone's had their ups and downs this season. Some have had longer hot streaks, some have had longer cold streaks. But I think these 2 names really have to get going. We talk about it, Ian, almost every single game. The Firebirds lineup has to be 1 through 9 a deadly lineup. Now, how can they make that do tonight? Owen Carpellotti, who's had good at-bats in his last few games that he's played, because, of course, they go 1-1 with Henry Hunter, the other catcher on the roster. However, the results haven't been there just yet for Owen. And then you have Jake Hyde in that 8 spot. So the 2 Georgetown guys, 7-8, back-to-back in the order. If we can get something from them, the Firebirds can light up the scoreboard in process of them getting hits and then getting on base and scoring, then I think they're in a better spot.
In order to be in a better spot, though, you got to feel good, well-rested, and be ready to swing that bat with a mind that's maybe a little more relaxed. The guys were able to get a break yesterday because of the rain out, and Sammy Miller, the third member of our crew, tells us how they felt about that unexpected off day. Sammy?
Thanks, Ian. Baseball takes a lot out of your body and mind every single day, especially in a league like the Cape Cod League, where you're playing almost every day with scouts filling the bleachers, evaluating the level of play. With all that said, it makes the off days that much more important. Due to the game last night being postponed, this allowed the players and coaches to take a step back from baseball, rest, recover, and get their minds right heading into their stretch of road games. I talked to the players before the game, and they expressed how helpful it is to have an off night to be able to get off their feet and also bond with each other off the field, which is so important when building that very essential chemistry. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sammy. Dylan, the chemistry of this group is strong, and somebody that's holding the group together right now, especially when you talk about the pitching staff. Daniel Avidia made his 3rd start of the summer against Harwich in the 2-1 loss and was excellent once again. Why do you think he continues to be fantastic already 3 starts in?
There's always a ideology in baseball. The starting pitcher needs to be a little bit different than the reliever. The reliever can get away with having a fastball and a slider or a fastball and a changeup. Avidia, who's been mostly, and I'd say probably about 90% fastball and changeup, has been dominant. And it's just because of how different the fastball, which comes in around 90 to 92, and then a changeup that drops like it's falling off a boat. But he still gets the swing and miss. He gets the check swings, and it's all been working for Daniel through 3 starts, and it worked again on Friday night against Harwich.
And now we switch to another pitcher in Jake Peppers. But before we talk about Jake Peppers and the entirety of the defense tonight, looking to limit a absolutely smoking hot team that is the YD Red Sox, winners of 3 in a row. I had the chance to talk with Daniel before today's game, and let's see what he had to say about everything he's accomplished and what he did yesterday on his day off. Here on the scorching start on the Birds Broadcast Network with Daniel Avidia out of Grand Canyon. Daniel, 3 starts, 3 really good starts, and your last one on the road in a loss to Harwich, but 4 scoreless innings. How did you feel?
I felt great. Fastball changeup, everything was working pretty well. Could have kept could have found my control a little bit in the beginning, but I managed to just throw strikes still with my changeup and off speed and keep my team in it.
And how did you feel over these last 2 starts? You've had to work through some traffic, but does your mentality on the mound change at all when things aren't always going your way?
Nah, it just stays the same. Just be a dog on that mound and keep my team in it no matter what.
All right, that's a mentality that will serve you well. It's been serving you well. Is this your first year in summer ball at all?
Yes, it is. My first year out here in the Cape. Last year I didn't get to go out to summer ball because of a little injury, but I'm fully good now.
How does it feel to play for the team that your brother played for a few years back?
Feels good. Yeah, it feels really good. I love it out here. Love the East Coast. I didn't know how I was going to feel, but so far, loving it. Did
you ever see David play here with Orleans?
I did on TV. I never got a chance to come out here and see him play, but I did on TV, and he said I've told him about it before. He's like, it's great. You'll love it out there. You'll love everything about it.
And was there one thing he gave you before the year, piece of advice before summer ball, or did he just figure, you're already good enough, you don't need any more advice?
He just said, just be yourself and you'll be fine. And I was just like, okay.
Well, it works for you in the WAC. It works for you at Grand Canyon. It's working here. Yesterday, no game. It was kind of a weird situation with the field, but how did you enjoy the day off?
Oh, I loved it. After the rain stopped, we all just hanged out at the beach all day, all night, just hanged out with a couple guys, watched the sunset, had a little campfire. One of the guys' host family made us burgers, which was really nice. And yeah, just enjoyed the night with the boys.
How do you like the burger, Coach?
It was great.
It was good?
Really juicy burger.
All right. So what are you looking forward to on a day off? How do you provide help to this team, even if you're not necessarily on the mound?
Well, right now I'm just going to do my little throwing routine, do a little bit of rehab and stuff, and then go on the bench and cheer on my teammates, be as loud as I can for them.
And how do you feel the team has responded this past week? I know, obviously, you only pitch in one game, but 3 wins in a row. You play Harwich tight. How do you feel like the team is playing overall?
I feel like we're doing a lot better now. I feel like we're actually going out there and playing as a team now and actually putting up good ABs. Pitchers are doing their jobs. Hitters are starting to do their jobs. So it's just good. I feel like it's just a matter of time before we start getting hot again.
Matter of time. Birds trying to stay hot. Daniel, he's been pretty hot through 3 starts. Daniel Avidia, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That was Ian with Daniel Avidia, starting pitcher for the Firebirds, back on Friday. 4 shutout innings once again. Dominant. 4 strikeouts as well. And now a new starting pitcher for the Firebirds today. Not new, but just didn't start the other day. It's Jake Peppers. 3rd start in the year for Peppers, who's been really, really good and was good again his last start when he faced YD on Monday. It was a 4-1 loss for the Firebirds. However, Jake Peppers was great. 4 1/3. 4 strikeouts, allowed a run, and he kept the team in the game. As all the starting pitching and all the relieving has really done, Ian, the pitching has kept the team in almost every single game. The hitting just hasn't really come around just yet, but when it does, this team has the pitching to do and beat whoever is in front of them.
Yes, especially when you look back at the Brewster series from last week. The pitching maybe not at the forefront, but it certainly got the job done and then some, especially Evan Truitt in that massive 13-2 game last Thursday. He pitched well. Vidia's pitched well. Peppers, this is his 2nd season on the Cape, first with Orleans. All of these guys have pitched fantastic, and Peppers is a guy who throws in the mid-90s, got a great slider, uses the changeup here and there. Comes out of Jacksonville State, not necessarily a school you think of when you think the cream of the crop in college baseball, but Peppers has proven over the last 2 summers he's more than capable of getting it done on the Cape. How about we talk about the rest of the guys in the lineup for Kelly Nicholson's crew? They will be batting first here from Red Wilson Field. Starts with Joe Oyama leading off and playing second. Fenwick Trimble batting second in right. Eddie Micheletti batting third, playing in left. Andy Blake is hitting cleanup and playing over at the DH spot. Jack Penny, he is batting 5th, and he is on the hot corner at 3rd. Jake Casey batting 6th. He's in center field. Owen Carpelati catching, batting 7th. Jake Hyde, his Georgetown teammate, batting 8th over at 1st. Andrew Farrell rounds out the order at shortstop, batting 9th. What are your thoughts on the lineup for Orleans tonight?
I like the lineup. I like that it's a little bit of changing, but also sticking with the same, and I think Jack Penny's another bat that's going to get hot soon. He had a little bit of a stretch between the Wareham game, and he was really having good at-bats, getting the ball in play, and swinging early in counts. That's what I saw as well. So had a tough game against Falmouth on Tuesday night, took a few days off, back in the lineup against Harwich, and now once again tonight against YD. And from the left side, I think Penny and a lot of these other lefties in the order, because there are a lot of them, can do some damage against their starting pitcher in Eric Yost.
Jack Penny hitting 5 of his last 6 games, 7 for 30 on a year from the plate for Orleans. Dylan, is he officially your pick to click?
Jack Penny, my pick to click, he's not. He's not. He's close. He's got the same handedness as the person who's my pick to click, who is Jake Hyde. I think it's time for him to go. It's time for him to step up, show what he's got, and bring his great numbers from Georgetown over here to the Cape.
Jake Hyde, he had a hot start to the season for Orleans, and he led the Big East in runs batted in. Playing at first tonight is for Georgetown Hoya, Dylan's official pick to click. Still on scorching start. Thanks so much for joining us on the Birds Broadcast Network. About 10 minutes away from first pitch from Red Wilson Field between the Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox and the Orleans Firebirds. How about we go through the lineup for Scott Pickler and his YD crew? As Dylan mentioned, the starter from Northeastern is Eric Yost in his 3rd season on the Cape with the Red Sox, his first appearance of the summer. The defense around him includes Will King catching, Jacob Christian at first, Brady Day at second, Xander Darby at third, Max Vieira at short, RJ Austin in left, Jacob Jenkins Cowart in center, and Enzo Apodaca in right. When you look at the lineup that YD has, Dylan, a team that's won 3 games in a row, the comeback kings they've been over the last few, what scares you most about the lineup 25th-year manager Scott Pickler's got out tonight?
Well, I think it's hard to overlook Hunter Hines, but in all reality, the Firebirds, even though he has great numbers on the year, he leads the league in many categories, including in home runs. He's tied for first. In RBIs, he's tied for first as well. So this guy, he knows how to drive in runs. He knows how to put the ball over the fence. But he didn't have a big game against the Firebirds last time out, which was back on Monday. He went 0 for 4. He reached on a walk in the 8th inning, but 0 for 4 with a walk is not Hunter Hines that we're used to seeing, right? So you have to think about Max Vieira, who has a lot of speed and plays great defense at shortstop. This team 1 through 9 currently is having guys playing some of the best baseball of their careers. And the Firebirds have to be ready for that, and I believe Jake Peppers is.
Jake Peppers, his 2nd start of the summer. Eric Yost, this guy is Mr. Summer Ball. His 8th appearance as a YD Red Sox comes tonight, and it comes in just a few moments. We're wrapping up shop on the scorching start, but make sure to tune in. We are roughly 8 minutes from first pitch from Red Wilson Field. The Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox, winners of 3 in a row, top in the East Division, and the Orleans Firebirds trying to creep up back close to 500. Get back in the win column, getting it underway. We'll be right back in just a few moments here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Stay with us. First pitch just moments away from Red Wilson Field. Dylan Pescatore, Ian Nicholas. We find ourselves just off the right side of home plate. Orleans in their red camo vest tonight, black lettering, white trim, white pants, and red caps. Meanwhile, the YD Red Sox, 8-4-1, best team in the East Division in the standings, wearing their all-white uniforms with red lettering, black trim, and navy blue hats. It's a somewhat partially cloudy, 75-degree day. Really humid earlier. It's cooled off. Orleans trying to get hot once again after a 3-game win streak last week. 5-7 on the year. And Dylan, let's go through this lineup for Orleans.
Let's start it off. Joe Oyama is the leadoff hitter for the Firebirds, followed by Fenwick Trimble. Eddie Micheletti Jr. and Andy Blake are 3 and 4. Jack Penny, Jake Casey, and Owen Carpellotti are 6, 7, 8. Jake Hyde, and then in the 9th spot, Drew Farrell.
It all starts with Joe Oyama leading off once again, the rising senior from UC Irvine, 5'7", 170-pound lefty, to face the rising senior from Northeastern, the 6'1", 190-pound righty from Ossing, New York, an hour outside of New York City, Eric Yost, beginning his 3rd summer here with YD. Pulls his glove up to the face and fires in a fastball, which misses high of the zone, 1-0. Oyama gets ahead. Oyama, he's reached base in 7 straight games for Orleans. Takes on the 1-0, which becomes 1-1, according to the home plate umpire tonight, Ryan DeMare. Behind the plate, Chris Scott at first and Mike Rabideau at third make up the officiating crew. The 1-1 is cranked into right field, dropping for a base hit right in front of Enzo Apodaca. A leadoff single make it 8 games in a row that Joe Oyama has reached base in the first hit of the night, early in the top of the first.
That's the exact start that the Firebirds need. When they're winning, they're scoring first. They're getting on base early. Oyama does that with good contact on the fastball. First one he saw that day from Yost.
Yost, in his 3rd season with YD, knows Cape baseball well. Orleans trying to jump on him early with 1 on, nobody out. Scoreless game, top 1. Fenwick Trimble, the right fielder, comes to the plate, and the righty takes a strike on the inner half, 0-1.
It's a fastball, a curve, and a slider from Yost. A lot of downward movement with the off-speed, and the fastball stays true through the zone.
Yost checks in on Oyama smartly. He's already stolen 2 bags in 8 games with Orleans on 3 stolen base attempts. Checks in on him again. Oyama slides in head first, dusts off the white pants, and takes his lead off first base once again, being held on by Jacob Christian. Yost gives him a look. Ahead in the count, 0-1 of a righty Trimble and deals. Fouled away, 0-2. Trimble on a 4-game hit streak, headed into tonight. The rising junior out of James Madison, 9 for 39 on the season and 2nd on the team, and runs batted in with 5. Trimble with the black arm sleeve on his right arm. Takes a high ball while Oyama takes off for second, slides in head first, and he's tagged out. Will King with the throw, the tag from Brady Day at second. Oyama caught stealing for the 2nd time this season. 1 away, and the base is now empty for Orleans. Scoreless game, top 1. Now a ball and 2 strikes to Fenwick Trimble.
The ball was high, but it went well for YD. That's exactly what they needed. A perfect ball to throw on.
Another foul ball from Trimble towards the right side of the field. Still 1-2. YD's defense has been sensational since committing 6 errors on Wednesday in a loss to Bourne. Haven't committed one since. And when you got Will King, one of the best players on the Cape right now behind Vidish for star to Eastern Kentucky, you better watch out. Well, ball and 2 strikes. Yost misses in the dirt, slaps his hands together in frustration that he couldn't get control of that pitch for ball 2. Now an even count to Trimble.
Orleans has been desperate on the base paths. However, sometimes it's been to their demise.
Yost for 2-2, swung on, fouled away, and this lengthy at-bat continues with the bases clear and 1 out. And a scoreless game in the top of the first. A lot of speed in this Orleans lineup. Lost a bit of it a few days ago when Austin Overn, the rising sophomore to USC, left for USA Baseball's training camp. One of the quickest players in the country. 2-2 on the way home, swing and a foul tip into the glove of Will King for strike 3. First strikeout for Yost, and 2 away for the Birds in the top of the first.
Trimble got caught up on the inside pitch there. Couldn't get his hands to the ball. Got a tip, but King, once again, squeezes it. One of the best catchers in the Cape.
Yost deals to Eddie Micheletti, the third man of the order, who's been one of the better batters on the Cape so far this season. Hitting .282 with 7 RBIs, which leads Orleans. The lefty gets ahead 1-0 with the bases empty and 2 out. Yost deals, pitch just low, 2-0 to Micheletti.
Yost is working quick. When he's throwing strikes, he's working quick. When he loses the zone, he takes a reset.
He's working quick on the 2-0 pitch, which misses just above the plate. Low again, 3 balls, no strikes. Micheletti always a tough out. Just finished up his junior season at George Washington, currently in the transfer portal. Draft eligible. Swings at the 3-0, dropping in the left field. Ranging to his right, backing up, snagging the grab. R.J. Austin, the Vanderbilt star. Joe Oyama caught stealing, and then Eric Yost does the rest with a strikeout and a flyout of Fenwick Trimble and Eddie Micheletti Jr. A 0 on the board after 1 for Orleans. YD trying to take the lead from Red Wilson Field when we come back in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the first from Red Wilson Field. Thanks for joining us on the Birds Broadcast Network. Dylan Pescatore, Ian Nicholas on the call. Still scoreless after Joe Oyama caught stealing. Fenwick Trimble striking out, and Eddie Micheletti, flying out in the top of the inning. Meanwhile, let's talk about the lineup for YD, Dylan.
Yep, R.J. Austin leads off, plays left field. We just saw him catch Micheletti's 3-0 pop-out. Will King, Hunter Hines, and Max Vieira are 2-4 and could be the most dangerous 2-4 in the league. Followed by Brady Day, Xander Darby, Jacob Christian, Jacob Jenkins Cowart, double on the Jacob there at 7 or 8, and then Enzo Apodaca rounds out the order.
Excited to see R.J. Austin. This is a guy who Orleans did not see the first time around. Just joined the team from Vanderbilt. Orleans getting some Vandy guys. YD says we can do you one better. Austin, a rising sophomore, a top 60 recruit in the country out of Atlanta in high school, was an all-freshman SEC selection in the spring. Making his third start for Orleans is the righty, rising senior from Jacksonville State, Jake Peppers, the Alabama native, 6'3", 180 pounds from the right side, 21 years old from Geraldine, Alabama. And he faces another Southerner, and R.J. Davis, who threw 4 games for Scott Pickler's team, 5 for 13, with a run batted in and 5 walks. Righty on righty, first pitch swinging, ground ball towards Farrell, lunges towards right, snags it, throws it to first on one hop, not in time. Hyde fielded it, but Davis beat it out. An infield single, despite a great effort from Drew Farrell, 1 on, nobody out, scoreless, bottom of the first.
Look at that, both teams lead off with singles in their part of the first inning. Farrell with a good effort, just couldn't catch up to the speed of Austin.
Now both teams with a hit tonight, but as you mentioned, Oyama was caught stealing, and that's how he left the base paths at the top of the inning. Now Peppers faces another righty in Will King, who has been one of the best players on the Cape this summer. Only 1 strikeout and 38 at-bats. For a catcher, he's 13 of 38 from the plate. Peppers deals. Misses in the dirt, Carpellotti snags it, guns towards first, looking in Davis's direction, but holds on to it. A ball and no strikes.
Huge backstop here at Red Wilson Field. 1 ball gets away, and it could easily be 1 base, possibly 2.
Davis, 3 stolen bags through 4 games on 5 attempts. 1-0 pitch, check swing that King gets a piece of and fouls it off towards that massive backstop, as you mentioned. Ball and a strike to the Eastern Kentucky product. No batting gloves for Will King. He's old school. An elbow pad on the right elbow. Black on the white jerseys. Already his pants dusty. He's been working hard already. Ball and a strike. Peppers deals. Fouled away again. 1-2.
For Peppers, it's all about inducing weak contact. He's not going to throw up 7, 8 strikeouts each outing, but he's going to get guys off balance. He's going to get them to hit the ball on the ground, and that's what he needs right here.
Still going through his signs with Carpellotti. He sets at the belt. 1 on, nobody out. Ahead in the count, 1-2 is Peppers, who deals. Weak grounder towards Furrow. Takes a hop in front of him. Tosses it to second to Oyama. He turns it to first and cannot get King out. King reaches on a fielder's choice. Davis forced out at second. So 1 on, 1 out. Still scoreless, bottom of the first. A lot of action already in the direction of Drew Furrow.
And Furrow, that was a very difficult play because it hopped up on him. And with Austin running towards second base, a speedster at that, he had to quickly get it out of his glove and flip it to Oyama. But the speed of King just beat out the double play.
Here comes the power of the lefty, Hunter Hines. Leads the league in home runs. 6'3", 210. There's that home run swing, but he misses. 0-1. First lefty that Peppers has faced. King on first. We mentioned it in scorching start. Hines quiet in his first game against Orleans, despite a dominant effort. 4 YD and a 4-1 win. Another swing and miss. Peppers going to the off speed. Goes ahead 0-2 on the rising junior and Mississippi native. 1 on, 1 out. Peppers VO2 offering. In the dirt, Carpellotti's got it. King, the 5'9", 195-pound catcher, stays at first. A ball and 2 strikes. The birds chirping on a beautiful day from Red Wilson Field. 75 degrees and partially cloudy. The 1-2 pitch. Low on the fastball, 2-2.
So hard to get Hines to chase, but if you are, it's going to be the whiff on the inside and low slider. Back foot to the lefty.
The 2-2. Gets the swing, gets the miss. And there's strikeout number 1 for Jake Peppers against one of the best players in the country in Hunter Hines. 2 away. Will King still on first, and still a scoreless game in the bottom of the first.
The slider is what helped Peppers last time out against YD. That was it again. Just drops off the table against Hines.
A lot of north-south movement on the slider, clocking in on the mid-80s for Peppers. He deals to the righty. A check swing from Max Vieira. Hit weakly towards Hyde at first. He flips it to Peppers, who covers the bag and just taps out. Max Vieira. Both pitchers working efficiently in the first inning. Jake Peppers and Eric Yost putting up zeros after 1 from Red Wilson Field. We return on the Birds Broadcast Network in the top of the second. Top of the second from Red Wilson Field here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Ian Nicholas still and Pescatore. Sammy Miller on the call. 4-5-6, 2 up for Orleans. And Dylan, it starts with a player who's trying to rebound after an awesome stretch. The reigning Ivy League Player of the Year, Andy Blake, in the 4th spot.
That's right. And in the games before, 2 games before Harwich on Friday night, Andy Blake had 6 hits combined in those 2. 1 with 4, 1 with 2. Harwich hit a few balls hard. One was a diving catch by the left fielder on Harwich, Kennedy Jones. He's trying to get back in the swing of things. And when Andy Blake is going and going well, he's hitting the ball right back up the middle, getting it over the second base bag and into center field.
Blake was 0 for 4 against Harwich on Friday, the 2-1 loss for Orleans. But before that, in the Brewster series, if you could call it that, 2 wins for the Birds back-to-back, 6 for 9. He's 7 for 25 on the season, hitting .280. Headed into tonight. Another pitch misses in the dirt in front of a dish from Yost. And the Northeastern pitcher goes behind 1-0 to start the second inning, still scoreless on a sunny day from Red Wilson. 1-0 pitch, waved at and fouled off, 1-1.
I mean, Ian, you said it. In that little Brewster miniseries, 6 for 9, which, you know, doing my math, 1 for 16 start for Andy Blake. And I asked him, I said, have you ever had struggles like this before? He said, yeah, baseball is a game of failure.
Not a lot of failure for Blake in his baseball career. He gets ahead 2-1 here.
He said that baseball is a game of failure. You're great if you can even hit 300. So he took that into perspective.
Popped up, shallow center field. Few players going at it. And finally, the shortstop Vieira backpedals and makes the catch over his back. 1 away.
So far, it looks like a pitching duel. Both pitchers off speed are working. Even though you can call this a bandbox, you can call this whatever you want, pitching always wins.
352 in center, 346 in left, 338 in right from Red Wilson Field as Jack Penny comes to the plate and the third baseman takes a strike. Lefty working against the righty Yost. Falls behind 0-1 with nobody on and 1 out. Scoreless game, top 2. Yost at the belt, kicks, deals, Penny takes strike 2 looking. 0-2 the count to the Notre Dame Fighting Irishman. Penny, the red and black batting gloves, readies for the 0-2 pitch and takes ball 1, a miss outside from Yost.
Penny, who hasn't even played in 10 games yet for the Birds, getting shifted by the Red Sox. 3 on the right side of the infield.
That includes Vieira, Day, and Christian. The 1-2 popped up, foul territory, left field side. Darby and Vieira giving it chase, and it's a wonderful snag from Vieira right on the left foul line. Left field foul line, what a grab. Vieira back-to-back putouts to start the inning for the shortstop by Seton Call. Nobody on, 2 out, still scoreless.
They've had Xander Darby go over to the right side of the infield and kept the shortstop where he was. It allowed him to make a great play near the third base foul line.
So the base is empty, 2 out. Here comes another lefty, Jake Casey, rising junior from Kent State. He gets ahead 1-0. Now 2-0, back-to-back misses low of the zone from Yost. Started 6 games last summer for YD at a 3.6 ERA and 32 innings pitched. His 3rd summer with Scott Pickler. 2-0 in for a strike. Looking 2-1. Casey with 3 hits on the summer, 2 of them for solo home runs. Fouls off a pitch down the right field line, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Sitting batting practice, it was said to Jake Casey, this field has the dimensions of a Jake Casey designed field. He laughed, and he smiled, and he said, you're right.
Both his home runs to right field. 352 in center, 338 in right. The 2-2 pitch, fouled off. Casey taps his left foot with his bat and readies for another pitch. Yost working quickly through 2 innings. Rising senior from Northeastern, originally out of Fordham Prep in New York. Strike 3 looking. Yost, his 2nd through 2 innings. 2 scoreless frames for the 3rd-year Red Sox. And it's still scoreless through 1.5 from YD. We'll be back on the Birds Broadcast Network where the Red Sox try to take the lead in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Red Sox in the bottom of the second inning. Still scoreless from Red Wilson Field. Ian Callisto and Pescatore on the call for the Birds Broadcast Network. Dylan, Jake Peppers, scoreless first frame, 11 pitches, efficient, picking up right where he left off the last time YD and him faced off.
And not an inning that started out good for him. A hard hit single to the shortstop, Drew Farrell, who couldn't make the play. But then he got through that gauntlet of 2, 3, 4, a fielder's choice out of Will King, strikeout of Hunter Hines, and then a ground out to first of Max Vieira.
Now he faces back-to-back lefties. The right-handed pitcher deals to Brady Day, wearing number 10 on the white jersey with red lettering. Goes behind 0-1. He looks at a strike. The second baseman goes behind. Evens it up 1-1. 6 foot, 190-pound, rising redshirt sophomore, originally from Hampstead, New Hampshire, plays his college ball in the Midwest at Kansas State. The 1-1 pitch. Foul down the first baseline, 1-2.
Peppers' slider is most effective against lefties, and it was another example just right there. It kind of got inside the hands of Day. See if Peppers goes back to it.
The 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Goes back to striking out another Red Sox, his second K through 1 1/3. Bases empty, now 1 out. Still scoreless, bottom 2.
It was the slider once again, and once again got the swing and miss right below the zone. Peppers looks on early.
Now he faces Xander Darby, another lefty from UC Santa Barbara. Goes off speed, foul ball. Off the foot of Darby, it trickled towards first base. Hyde, who's always smiling, chuckling as the ball drifted towards him. 0-1.
Pretty clearly off Darby's foot. Didn't even think about running.
Hyde's still smiling over there. That guy, you'd be hard-pressed to find a day when Jake Hyde is not cheesing from left to right. The 0-1 pitch, in for a strike. There's 0-2 to Darby, who's just 3 of 19 from the plate through 5 games on the Cape. 4 strikeouts. 0-2 offering from Peppers. In for strike 3 looking. And Darby goes down on 3 pitches. Peppers' his 3rd strikeout in his last 4 batters faced.
He's using the slider as pitch number 1, and then he surprised Darby, who was expecting another slider. Got him with the fastball, high and outside.
Here's Jacob Christian. The righty to face the righty. Peppers, he goes heater there, low and in, and it misses. 1-0. Christian from Point Loma Nazarene University. If you don't know where that is, I don't blame you. Swing and a miss, 1-1. It's in San Diego. Scott Pickler, longtime head coach at Cypress College, a JUCO in California. He knows the Cali boys well. 1-1 pitch, misses low, 2-1. Bases empty, 2 out, still scoreless, bottom 2. Between YD, the top team in the East, and the Orleans Firebirds, who sit 4th in the standings. 2-1 pitch, also low of the zone, 3-1. Darby in a hitter's count, or I should say Christian in a hitter's count with Jacob Jenkins Coward on deck. Peppers at the belt, kick, steals for 3-1. In for ball 4. A 5-pitch, 2-out walk for Jacob Christian. Second base runner today in as many innings for YD.
Peppers have had 2 walks in each of his starts this year. Haven't cost them. However, we've seen walks cost other pitchers on the Firebirds. Good thing it comes with 2 outs. Gives them a little bit less for the YD lineup to work with.
A big bat in the YD lineup comes to the plate. And Jacob Jenkins Cowart, and when I mean big, I mean literally 6'6", 216 from East Carolina. Jenkins Cowart, gets ahead 1-0. Lefty on righty. 1 on, 2 out. Peppers fires away, misses low. Carpellotti pops up, stares over at first, and scares Christian back to the bag. 2-0.
Carpellotti and Hunter, both the catchers for the Firebirds, have been great on defense, and we talked about the backstop, how long it is today. Carpellotti with 2 good scoops already.
Peppers for 2-0. Misses outside, 3-0. Last 7 pitches for Peppers, just 1 strike. after walking Christian a ball away from a second straight walk. Jacob Jenkins Coward ahead 3-0 with 1 on and 2 out in the bottom of the second of a scoreless game. Peppers fires away, misses low, and issues another free pass. Jenkins Coward on first. Jacob Christian slides over to second, and now both for Jacobs in the order for Scott Pickler on the base paths.
A little bit of deja vu here for the Firebirds. It was 1 week ago today when Orleans was taking on Harwich at home. Second inning, 2 outs, and 2 walks in a row was followed by a 3-run home run. Peppers looking to change the fate.
The bottom man in the order, who owns the 7th best batting average in the league, Enzo Apodaca, to the plate with 2 on 2 out. Scoreless bottom 2. Peppers deals, misses high, 1-0. Last 10 pitches, just 1 strike for Peppers after an 11-pitch inning in the first. Apodaca by way of Gonzaga, the 5'9", 185-pound lefty. Peppers steps off the mound, fakes a toss over to Christian's direction at second, being held on by Farreau. A ball and no strikes. Pitch on the way, and miss on the outside corner, 2-0.
Peppers has got to find it quick. Fastball's not working, and then you go to the off speed. You can trust it for a strike. I'm sure he'll go to it here.
Peppers takes a deep breath, winds and deals the 2-0 pitch, and once again cannot find the zone. A low miss, it's 3-0. Number 3, Enzo Apodaca stares at the bat. Little practice swing, spins it around, and steps back into the left-handed batter's box with 2 on 2 out in a scoreless game in the bottom of the second. Peppers deals. Fastball in for a strike, 3-1. A much-needed one from Peppers. Just 1 hit for YD, but 2 base runners, both off walks. Christian on second, Jenkins Coward on first. YD trying to strike first. Peppers the 3-1. Apodaca popped up, foul territory, left field side. Jack Penny's all over it, makes the snag with his left-handed glove, and helps Peppers get out of the jam. He fist pumps and heads back to the dugout happy because he's got 2 zeros on the scoreboard. 0-0, that's the score after 2 from Red Wilson Field. A little drama, no big deal. We'll go to the top of the third on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. I'm Sammy Miller. The game remains scoreless heading to the top of the third. Guys, there really is nothing like getting to compete against your college ball teammates out here on the Cape. These guys are so used to seeing their teammates share the same colored uniforms as them, but for Joe Oyama, he's facing off against Anteaters on the opposing side tonight, UC Irvine's Finnegan Wall and William Gleed. The 3 of them had successful seasons at UCI, and they will continue to push each other tonight. And of course, you want to win every game you play, but the stakes are definitely higher when competing against teammates. So we'll see which Anteaters pull on top. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sammy. None of those Anteaters starting tonight, but who knows? Scott Pickler could make some substitutions, and Joe might have to face one of his teammates. While Sammy was talking, manager Kelly Nicholson having a conversation with all 3 officials, Ryan DeMare, Chris Scott, and Mike Rabideau. Nicholson still chatting with Scott as he heads back to the right-handed dugout here from Red Wilson Field. Interesting to see what that conversation's all about. 7-8-9 due up for Orleans. Eric Yost still on the mound for YD, who delivers a first pitch strike to the catcher, Owen Carpellotti. He falls behind 0-1. Lefty on righty. Swing and a miss. Carp quickly goes behind 0-2. You talk about teammates here on the Cape. Carpellotti, Georgetown, batting 7th. His teammate, Jake Hyde at Georgetown, batting 8th. The 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, ball one.
Carpelati's had great at-bats in the last few games that he's played. The results haven't been there just yet. A single here and there or getting on base by a walk, but he's looking for the big mash.
Has a big swing. That is fouled into the glove of King. Behind the dish, he drops it. So he stays alive. He's got the ability to mash. 16 home runs, 44 runs driven in with the Hoyas in the spring. An all Big East selection. Another 1-2. It's crushed to right field. Moving towards his right is Enzo Apodaca. And he does not make the play. Foul ball. Still 1-2. Bit of a tough view for us from Red Wilson Field. The dugout kind of blinding our view of the right field line. Good swing. Drifts foul. Still 1-2 to Carpelati, leading off. In the top of the third, scoreless between East Division foes YD and Orleans.
The wind is moving from left to right tonight.
A cool breeze on a cloudy afternoon. The 1-2, Carp pops it up, this time left field. Backing up, Austin still backing up. He can't make the play. It pops out of his left-handed glove, and Carpelati jets his way towards second. That ball just traveled, and Davis was there, but it slipped out of his glove. It was on his hip, could not make the catch, and that is an E7 as Carpelati finds himself in scoring position.
A break for the Firebirds, and one they have to take advantage of. Now with Jake Hyde up, Big East leader in RBIs this season, and now a free runner at second base with nobody out.
Hyde trying to drive in his second run of the Cape season. Bring his collegiate teammate Owen Carpelati home. 1 on, nobody out. Yost looks at second and fires away to another lefty and Hyde. A strike, 0-1.
What Hyde wants to do here at the bare minimum is ground out to the right side. There are 3 infielders on the right side for YD.
The 6'4", 205 Hyde, waving his bat on his left shoulder. Doesn't swing it, instead takes another strike. 0-2. 1 on, nobody out. Orleans with 1 hit tonight off the bat of Joe Oyama. An infield single to lead off the first inning. Carpelati on second after an E7 on R.J. Davis in left. Yost the 0-2 offering. Popped foul left field side. We'll do it again as Hyde readjusts the helmet. Steps back in and dusts up the left-handed batter's box.
Hyde's got to fight here. It's get the ball in play at all costs.
Yost still going through the signs with King, making his summer ball debut. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Hyde fouls it off again. Clanks right off the backstop and right in front of our broadcast setup. Another foul ball. 5th pitch of the at-bat up next.
Hyde's battling. Continues to put the bat on the ball.
Hyde 3 for 22 on the summer. His lone RBI was the first RBI of the year for Orleans just over 2 weeks ago in the season opener against Hyannis. 1 on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Launched to right, gloved easily. 4-3 put out. Brady Day to Jacob Christian. Carpelati moves over to third in the process. 1 away as Drew Farreau comes to the plate.
Great job by Hyde. Continued to draw out the 0-2 at bat and then does his job. Gets the runner over, and now 1 out. Forces YD to bring the infield in, and here's Drew Farreau.
Orleans 90 feet away from taking the lead in its 4th consecutive game. Carpelati on third. Drew Farreau, the switch-hitting shortstop, gets ahead 1-0. Taking a ball low. He's batting lefty against the righty Yost.
This is a great opportunity for Farreau, someone who hits the ball hard consistently with the infield in.
Ball and a strike. Playing in the grass on third is Xander Darby. So is the shortstop, Max Vieira. Farreau with a run batted in each of his last 2 starts. The 1-1 foul ball, left field side, giving it some room. Xander Darby, it was right in front of him. Plenty of people standing right there in foul territory along the left field line. Darby couldn't get there. 1-2 to the 6'3", 190-pound Tallahassee, Florida native. Callie Nicholson providing words of encouragement for the bottom man in his order. Drew Farreau headed to Florida State next year after a monster freshman season with Central Florida. The 1-2 pitch, also foul. We'll do it again with Carpellotti still parked at third, reaching on an E7. 1 out, scoreless, top 3.
For a Red Sox defense that had a tough time last time out, but in all reality has been great this season, the Firebirds have to take advantage of the error that allowed Carpellotti to reach.
Another 1-2 in the dirt. King with a great play behind the dish on the low pitch to keep it in front of him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 error already for YD, none for Orleans. Carpellotti on third, 1 out. Yost, the 2-2, breaking ball, fouled off by Farrow.
My favorite part about watching the dugout and being right next to the Firebirds dugout is Farrow continuously fouling pitches off, and they're cheering him on like he just hit an RBI single. It's all about winning each and every pitch.
Easy to cheer for a guy who's on a 3-game hitting streak. Getting hot. The 2-2. 80 for strike 3 looking. Third strikeout, 1 in each inning. And probably the biggest one yet from Eric Yost, 2 away with a runner on third and a scoreless affair in the top of the third.
You take a positive out of that at bat going as long as it did. But Farrow knows, and the whole team knows, that he's probably got to get the ball in play there, especially hard, infield in, 1 out, runner on third. See if Oyama can bail him out.
Oyama, the lefty, gets ahead. Ball gets by Will King, and Owen Carpellotti heads home. Orleans catches a break on a pitch in the dirt from Yost. King could not keep it in front of him, and Carpellotti just cruised from third base and scored. 1-0. Orleans takes the lead with 2 away, and now nobody on in the top of the third. Oyama takes a ball, showed bunt, 1-0.
Red Wilson Field giveth, Red Wilson Field taketh. And that is the message right there as the ball got away and sits at the back of the backstop.
Oyama with a hard hit fly on the right field line. Diving is Apodaca. He didn't make the play. Oyama showing off the wheels. He's past second. He's on his way to third, and he's in there standing up. His 3rd triple of the season. A 2-out triple from Joe Oyama after the wild pitch scored Owen Carpellotti. And the Orleans offense is feeling it with a 1-0 lead in the top of the third.
Right down that right field line. This time it goes the way of the Firebirds, the fair or foul. Oyama's speed so dangerous. Opens up the wild pitch again and gives a big opportunity for Fenwick Trimble to extend this lead.
Trimble struck out his first time up. Eric Yost trying to reel it back in with 1 on and 2 out. Delivers a strike to the righty out of James Madison, 0-1. Owen Carpellotti reached on a error from Davis and left, moved over to third on a ground out from Jake Hyde, scored on a wild pitch that Will King couldn't keep in front of him behind the dish. 0-1. Breaking ball misses inside at the knees of Trimble, 1-1.
Trimble's been doing a good job of trying to go the other way with a lot of his hits. Had a triple against Harwich last time out.
The 1-1, grounded straight into the glove of Yost, trots over to first, underhand flip over to Christian to leave Joe Oyama stranded on third. But Orleans takes the lead in an unconventional way. You take it. Carpellotti gets on with an error, moves over to third on a ground out, scores on a wild pitch, and the Birds lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third on the Birds Broadcast Network. bottom of the third from Red Wilson Field. Orleans, a 1-0 lead. The top of the order, due up for YD, trying to clap back. Starts with R.J. Austin, whose error in left field led to Owen Carpellotti scoring. He puts the ball through the 5-6 hole and says, I'm putting that in the rear view. 2 pitches thrown in R.J. Austin's direction. 2 hits for one of the best freshmen in the SEC. Both hits today from YD off the bat of the leadoff man, R.J. Austin.
Just like how the first inning started, now Peppers has to go through 2, 3, 4 again with the runner on and nobody out.
The tying run on first, and here's the righty, Will King. Peppers checks in on Austin, who slides in the first safe. 1-0 lead for Orleans, bottom 3. Peppers deals, off speed, in for a strike looking to King, 0-1.
And how did Peppers attack the 2, 3, 4 last time? It was all with the slider. A little bit of the fastball, but a lot of the pitch that's moving away from the righties.
Peppers the 0-1. Fouled off and over the backstop into the parking lot from Dennis Yarmouth High School. And no, I'm not saying that incorrectly. It's Dennis Yarmouth High School. It's Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox. That's something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. No balls and 2 strikes to King. 1 on, nobody out. Peppers deals, misses upstairs. Carpellotti snags it, throws it back. 1-2.
For Peppers, you're not going to get a lot of chases out of Will King. We already said his strikeout number is only 1 this year. Try to get some weak contact, buried in the zone.
Only 1 strikeout this season for Will King, the catcher pretty much every game. The 1-2, chopped foul down the left field side. Do it again on the 1-2 pitch to the New York City native.
That's what you want to do. You had Will King pulling off a ball that was going on the outside corner. Easily could have been a ground ball to third. See if he does it again.
Peppers probably knows King well, one of the best catchers in all of the A-Sun. A ball and 2 strikes. Fair ball. Dribble to Farrow. Flips to Oyama. There's 1 at second to throw to first in time. Double play. 6-4-3. Farrow, Oyama, Hyde. And forced out at first and second. King and Austin. Bases empty, 2 out. 1-0 Orleans. Bottom 3.
Will King, a contact hitter who took a ball from Peppers that was pretty much at his chest, somehow got on top of it. And Peppers gets exactly what he needed.
Peppers got what he needed against Hines the first time around. The lefty comes to the plate and gets ahead 1-0. He struck out swinging in the first inning. Peppers trying to get through 3 scoreless frames against YD. Blister to straightaway center field, but all over it is Casey until he sees that it goes over the wall. Hunter Hines, 22 home runs with Mississippi State in the spring, 5 already this summer with YD, and he's tied this game up at 1 with 1 massive swing of the bat in the bottom of the third. That's just what he does, Dylan.
He does, and doesn't have to go far, but that one did go far. Past the center field fence into the forest. Hines, just like that, after the double play that gave Peppers a lot of confidence, cleared the bases. Tie game.
352 in center field from Red Wilson Field. For a hitter like Hunter Hines, that's a dream. Peppers delivers a first pitch strike to Max Vieira, who grounded out his first time up. Swing and a miss. The Seton Hall infielder goes behind 0-2. Bases empty, 2 out. Tied game at 1 apiece. Orleans turned to double play to clear the bases, but Hunter Hines takes Jake Peppers deep to straightaway center to tie it up at 1. Peppers responds with a 3-pitch punch-out of Vieira to get out of 3 innings. 1-1. Both teams exchanging blows. Owen Carpellotti and Hunter Hines with scores. One scoring off an error on a wild pitch. The other just going deep into the forest of Red Wilson Field. Tied at 1 after 3. We'll be back on the Birds Broadcast Network in the top of the 4th. Top of the fourth from Red Wilson Field. Dylan Pescatore, Ian Nicholas on the call for the Birds Broadcast Network. 3, 4, and 5 due up for Kelly Nicholson's crew. Tied at 1-all after Hunter Hines with a 2-out solo blast in the bottom of the third inning. Eddie Micheletti waves at a pitch low of the zone and misses. 0 for 1 today. Micheletti goes behind an account 0-1 to Eric Yost, just over 50 pitches through 3 innings. His 0-1 offering is low, 1-1.
Micheletti had a good drive to left.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Last time up, and against Harwich hit the ball hard as well. Almost 395 feet on a double into the right center field gap.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch in the dirt from Yost. He's been feeling it from the plate lately. Back-to-back games for Micheletti with multiple hits. He's on a 5-game streak with a knock. Leading off in the top of the fourth of a tied game at 1 each. Checks his swing at a pitch that misses high and gets ball 3 to work the count full.
Eddie Micheletti Jr. in full counts and staying away from balls off the plate. It's a great match.
He swings at this pitch, dropping in the right field and diving for it. Apodaca cannot make the play. Micheletti looks, takes off for second, slides in, feet first safely. Make it 6 games in a row that Eddie Micheletti has a hit. 3rd hit already for Orleans with the go-ahead run in scoring position in the top of the 4th.
Not your usual double from Eddie Micheletti, but puts it in the perfect spot, right in no man's land, behind first base, along the right field foul line. And once again, just like last inning, runner on second, nobody out for the Birds.
3rd double on the year for Micheletti. As Andy Blake comes to the plate, the righty takes a strike below his waist, 0-1. Blake just finished up 4 seasons at Columbia, reigning Ivy League Player of the Year, transferring to Duke next year. No balls and a strike. He popped out to short, his first time up in the second. On the 0-1, he blisters a ball past second and into the outfield for a base hit. Eddie Micheletti stays at 3rd, and that's back-to-back hits for Orleans, who have runners on the corners and nobody out in the top of the 4th.
When Andy Blake is doing his best, he's going up the middle. Once again, another hit up the middle, right over the glove of Day at second. So Eddie Micheletti had to freeze and now stays at 3rd. But no outs, and the Birds are set up with runners on the corners.
With runners on the corners, Will King comes up in front of home plate, gives the signs to the infield. Jack Penny with an opportunity to snatch the lead right back for the Birds. Both teams scoring a run in the 3rd. It's tied at 1, top 4. Micheletti off 3rd, he doubled. Blake off 1st, he singled. 4 hits for Orleans. Yost, fastball low and away, ball 1.
Penny's got to get the ball in play here. Another shift on Penny, another lefty, and another shift. And the Firebirds take advantage.
Yost. This is upstairs. Throw over to 3rd. Micheletti slides in head first, safe. A late tag applied by Xander Darby off a throw from Will King. He's already thrown out 1 runner today. Joe Oyama back in the 1st. 2 balls, no strikes to the Fighting Irish infielder. Yost now tosses it over to 1st. Checking in on Andy Blake, who did have double-digit stolen bases with Columbia in the spring.
Now some real trouble for Eric Yost. Down 2-0 in the count. Penny's in the driver's seat, as they say.
Welcome back to the Cape as Yost once again checks in on Blake. And once more, Blake in safe. The oven mitt on his left hand. The high Red Sox for the 6'4" New Jersey native who singled to right center. Runners on the corners. 3rd straight pickoff attempt. Yost getting comfy with Blake. Both of them not from the same area, but just outside New York City. One from Jersey, one from New York State, Yost and Blake. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch to Penny. In the dirt, blocked up by King. Great defensive effort from the Eastern Kentucky star, but it's still a ball. 3-0 to Jack Penny. A ball away from loading the bases with nobody out is Yost, as an arm is getting warm in the bullpen for YD. 1-1 top 4. tied from Red Wilson Field. Yost deals, Penny takes smartly upstairs, ball 4, bases juiced for Orleans with the hard-hitting Jake Casey coming up.
And the best part, nobody out. Jost is in trouble. A hard hit single by Blake, but the double by Micheletti was just in the perfect spot. Now a 4-pitch walk to Penny, and the Birds are going to need another big swing out of a lefty like Casey.
A string of 5 straight left-handed hitters come to the plate. The second of 5 is Casey, but before he has the opportunity to swing the bat, a meeting of the minds and a mound visit for YD, the entire infield, and the catcher, Will King, meeting with Yost, and a call to the bullpen made after just 3 innings. Eric Yost going to be pulled with the bases loaded and nobody out in the top of the 4th. We'll tell you who the new arm is for YD when we return on the Birds Broadcast Network in just a moment. Eric Yost lets the first 3 Firebirds reach in the top of the 4th, and Orleans with an opportunity to break this thing wide open. Eddie Micheletti on third, he doubled. Andy Blake on second, he singled. Jack Penny on first with a walk. Yost pulled for Connor O'Hara, the rising redshirt senior from Florida Gulf Coast.
4 2/3 on the season so far for O'Hara, 1.92 ERA. 2 games, 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. So he's not going to blow you away, but he's been really good in a short and a small sample size for YD so far this year.
O'Hara, the big 6'2", 195-pound righty. Florida native from Davie. Has some experience out of a bullpen already for Scott Pickler's crew. Orleans, Dylan, we talked about it on Scorching Start. In order to get back to the offense we saw in that 3-game hitting streak, opportunities like these, an opportunity like this for Jake Casey with runners in scoring position, got to convert.
100%. No runners being left on base is, always the goal, and Casey has a big opportunity. Doesn't have to think big. It's still nobody out. Even a fly ball the outfield would do to get a run home. Just do your job.
Nobody out, bases loaded, lefty on righty, Casey versus O'Hara. A low miss, scooped up by King, 1-0.
You love a player like Will King on your team. We'll get literally down and dirty for every ball.
And with the way he hits, he does it all. He's been big today. A pitch did get by him, which scored the lone run of the game. The 1-0 offering to Casey ties it at 1. Orleans' lone run came off an Owen Carpellotti score. Reached on an error, moved to third on a ground out. Bases loaded here in the top of the 4th. Tied game, nobody out. Ball and a strike to Jake Casey. O'Hara, the new pitcher, deals, and King backhanded in the dirt. 2-1.
Casey doesn't have a lot of hits on the air, but when he does connect, they go far. 3 hits, 2 of them over the fence.
And his last hit, a home run against Falmouth on Tuesday, which proved to be the winning run on the road at Gulf Fuller. The 2-1 pitch, fouled. Behind the backstop, Will King runs out of room. Now backs up and cannot make the catch. He was under it for a few seconds, came back towards home plate trying to make the snag, and it dropped right off his left shoulder. And it's 2-2.
Second life for Jake Casey. It's plays like those that make the difference.
Micheletti on third, Blake on second, Penny on first, nobody out, tied at 1. Small break in the action is one of the infield umpires.
Oh, I see it.
Mike Rabideau.
Is that a drone?
Looking towards left field. Dylan, you've got glasses on. You've got good eyesight. Finally, I've tracked it down here, too.
Ian, this is a drone delay.
We've seen it all. We saw a fire truck delay, a sprinkler delay, now a drone delay. There's a drone hovering over the left field line, and now he's going higher and higher in the air.
Every single day we come to the ballpark, something new happens.
Mike Rabideau, one of the infield umpires, talking with Scott Pickler, the 25th-year manager.
Who's controlling the drone?
Dylan, I don't want to know. Is it a YD fan or is it an Orleans fan?
I don't care who it is. They got to get it out of the play. Jake Casey's looking to hit with the bases juiced.
The tension building, and all of a sudden it just drops off as finally O'Hara's trying to keep the arm loose, just chucking the ball around with King as the drone still hovering over the left field line. Now it's drifting from left to right towards center field. And apparently it's enough out of play to continue play. All right. Top 4, 1-1 game. Bases loaded. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jake Casey. The at-bat resumes. O'Hara at the belt. Kicks, deals, swing, miss. And there's strike 3. First out of the inning.
Not only a swing and a miss by Casey that goes the way of the Red Sox, but another great block by Will King behind the plate. Saves another run. Now it's up to Carpellotti.
Orleans' lone run of the day came off a wild pitch. But King has been fantastic behind the plate. Bases loaded, 1 out. The lefty catcher, Carpellotti. Reached on an error and scored last inning. Fouls the first pitch back, 0-1.
If you're O'Hara, you're coming into a situation, of course, bases juiced, nobody out, the worst place to be. You got step 1, you got the strikeout. Now you can afford a ground ball, maybe a double play, thinking from the YD side.
Bases loaded, 1 out. No balls, a strike. Here's the pitch. Carpellotti swings through a pitch up in the zone. 0-2. 2 for 18 on the season, but Carpellotti waiting for the big hit. Top 5 in the Big East in both home runs and runs batted in this past season. Waving the bat over his left shoulder on the 0-2. He cranks it to right field and gets down in front of Apodaca for a base hit. Micheletti on the way home. He scores. And there's the first run driven in on the season for Owen Carpellotti. 2-1 Orleans back in front, top 4. And the base is still loaded with Blake on third, Penny on second, and Big O on first.
0-2 count doesn't matter to Carpellotti. Takes the fastball at his chest, lines it into right field. And still, like you said, still bases loaded. The Firebirds are piling up the hits. Can they get the one to the gap to drive home a few?
Can another Georgetown Hoya get it done? The lefty first baseman, Jake Hyde. Bases still loaded, 1 out. 2-1 game. Hyde dips out of a wave, a fastball at his knees, 1-0. O'Hara misses inside. That run will be charged against Eric Yost as Micheletti reached on a double to right. If Penny or Blake score, those runs would also be charged to Yost. O'Hara responsible for Carpellotti on first. The 1-0 offering. Breaking ball in the inner half, in for a strike. 1-1.
Perfect pitch by O'Hara. The slider that starts in the middle of the plate just gets to the inside on the black.
Trying to paint corners with another heavy hitter. At the dish, the 1-1. Popped up, left center field. Both Austin and Jenkins Cowart there. Catch by Austin. Blake trots home easily. Second out of the inning, but second score of the inning. Sac fly for Jake Hyde. Andy Blake scores. 3-1 Orleans with some crooked numbers, top four.
That's all you have to do if you're Jake Hyde. Get the bat on the ball, drive it to the outfield, and he did his job. Now a 2-run lead for the Firebirds.
Still 2 runners on the base paths, too, is Drew Farreau, the switch hitter. Still batting lefty against righty O'Hara. Comes to the plate. Penny on second, Carpellotti on first. First pitch outside, 1-0. 3-1 Orleans, top four.
Drew Farrell's been so close this year to have his moment. This is another great opportunity to do so. We're just waiting for him to crush a ball. We know he's got it in him.
15 home runs during his freshman season at UCF. Lays off the 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Backwards K for Farreau in the bottom of the third, top of the third, against Eric Yost.
But also put up a great battle.
2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, no strikes. Popped up, ball behind home plate. Will King still in search of it, but finally the first baseman lunges towards the first base line and makes the snag out of nowhere. Jacob Christian helps O'Hara get out of the jam and leave 2 base runners stranded in the top of the 4th. Orleans making something happen. 2 runs come across. The Georgetown Hoyas, Owen Carpellotti and Jake Hyde driving in some runs. And it's 3-1 Orleans. We go bottom 4 on the Birds Broadcast Network. Five, 6, 7, due up for YD. Starts with the K-State star, Brady Day. The lefty to face the righty, Jake Peppers, who returns to the rubber for his 4th inning of work. Pitching with a lead, it's 3-1 Orleans. First pitch strike today, 0-1. He struck out facing Peppers in the second. Peppers pulls up the glove, deals the 0-1, fouled off 0-2.
It's so fun. It's so technical to see Peppers work against lefties. Sometimes starting him out with the fastball, sometimes the slider. But he always knows 0-2, like right here. He's going slider most of the time.
On the 0-2, where does he go? A pitch that's fouled off towards left field. Still an 0-2 count today.
When you have a pitch as dominant as Peppers' slider has been against lefties, you got to switch it up a little bit. That was the fastball high. Does he keep going there, or does he go down and in?
The 1-2 pitch. Upstairs, ball 2. Day. He's been in a lineup pretty much every day for Scott Pickler. Ball and 2 strikes. Leading off, Bottom four, 3-1 Orleans. Peppers deals. This one grounded into a glove of Peppers. He bobbles it, picks it up. Underhand toss over to Hyde at first. Day out. 1 away in the bottom of the fourth.
Peppers was having some trouble putting away Day there. 2 fastballs that missed, and then a fastball in the zone of Day's bat. I was lucky that it came right back to him and hit his glove.
Xander Darby, another lefty. Takes his place in the left-handed batter's box. Base is empty, 1 out. Peppers deals. Darby showed bunt, popped it foul. Jack Penny, the third baseman, receives the ball and tosses it back to Owen Carpellotti, who hands it to Ryan DeMare, the home plate ump. 0-1. 2 of his 6'3", 197-pound rising sophomore from Palo Alto, California. The 0-1 pitch. Again, Darby shows bunt, but pulls it back as Peppers misses low and evens the count, a ball and a strike.
Not a fan of saying where he lives in terms of college, I guess. Stanford right there.
Oh, Stanford, a tough school and a great baseball school. 1-1, broken bat. Fly ball in the center. It drops right in front of Jay Casey for a base hit. The bat shattered. Just the knob left, and the whole, like, 9/10 of the bat sitting along the right field line. Jake Hyde hands it off to the ball girl for YD. 1 on, 1 out with the single to center for Xander Darby.
Orleans gets a little bit lucky on Day's hit. That was hit hard, but right back at Peppers. Luck swings the way of the Red Sox in that occasion.
Peppers deals to Jacob Christian. Jammed up is the righty. Earns ball 1. 4th hit of the game for YD. 1 run off 4 hits and an error. Orleans 3 runs off 5 hits, no errors. Peppers the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Christian over top of it. Ball and a strike to the first baseman.
As we sit here in the 4th, Peppers' pitch count looks good. This will be pitch number 54 coming up for the righty.
One ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Off speed, low of the zone from Peppers. Gets ahead 1-2 and 1 out. Christian, another California guy from San Diego, plays for Point Loma, a college also in San Diego. 1 on, 1 out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Peppers pitch skips in front of a dirt. Carpellotti fields it cleanly and keeps the runner, Darby, on first. 2-2.
This is a catcher's exhibit right here being put on by both of them. Blocking balls with their chests, get in front of it. Great defense.
The pressure of a large backstop has not affected Will King nor Owen Carpellotti. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Fat strike 3, and the throw over to second is in time. Strike him out, throw him out. Christian goes down swinging. Darby tagged out by Oyama, and 4 innings done. 3-1 Orleans with the lead over Yarmouth-Dennis. Dylan Pescatore takes over on the play-by-play when we start the 5th on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Top 5 at Red Wilson Field here in Yarmouth. 3-1 the score with the Firebirds in front as we head to the back half. And it'll go back to the top of the order for the Firebirds. Joe Oyama will take his 3rd at-bat against Connor O'Hara, who came in with bases loaded, nobody out. He allowed 2 runs. And we'll start off the 5th. Dylan Pescatore and Ian Nicholas here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
No surprise that Joe Oyama has quickly become one of the best players on this team. Great player at UC Irvine, but last year in the West Coast League was the co-league MVP with the Wenatchee Apple Sox. And on the Cape, he's dominating once again.
O'Hara is ready. Deals from the right side, outside for a ball. Oyama's 2 for 2 on the day with a single in the first and a triple in the third.
Came into the day already leading Orleans in batting average.
1-0. Once again outside. O'Hara went off speed, still couldn't find the strike zone. Teams are looking to adapt, to change to Oyama, and he's making them change even more. The 2-0 pitch is low. O'Hara with the blue glove, baby blue, but goes to the navy blue for the cleats.
I'm not sure which blue more accurately represents his school at Florida Gulf Coast.
3-0, Oyama fakes the bunt, pulls it back, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to start off the top of the 5th for O'Hara brings up Fenwick Trimble.
An on-base machine Joe Oyama has become, with the speed to turn what most guys would consider a single into a double or a triple. A great base runner. Solid defense at second ever since that rough start against Wareham. He's been excellent at the top of the order over the last few games, replacing Austin Overn.
Oyama with 2 stolen bases on the year. He's also been caught twice. First pitch is an off-speed slider to Trimble for a strike. Trimble's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground ball to first on the day.
Oyama caught stealing for the second time, as you alluded to, in the first inning.
Check back on Joe, who dives back safely. That's a good question, Ian, when it comes back to the Florida Gulf Coast. Navy blue, light blue. Google will have to tell us.
I'm typing away.
O'Hara gives a look back at Oyama. Now 2 looks, fires to Trimble high for ball 1. Now 1-1 to the JMU righty.
Well, when I look up Florida Gulf Coast on Google, it actually shows me the literal Florida Gulf Coast. That was not what I intended to happen.
1-1 to Trimble. Oyama with the lead, doesn't go, takes a ball as Trimble low.
The answer to your question is the darker blue. Florida Gulf Coast Eagles, darker blue, green, white.
Usually a mainstay in the NCAA basketball tournament, Florida Gulf Coast. Had a few runs.
For sure. FGCU.
2-1 pitch to Trimble, a check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did. Ruled by the first base umpire. 2-2, now the count to Trimble against O'Hara. So maybe he's just a fan of the baby blue, which I don't blame him. I am also a fan.
It's my favorite color.
Color of my new shoes. 2-2 count. Oyama off first. Trimble fouls it off his foot back to the mound. We'll do it again.
He's going to feel that one in the morning. He's still in some pain.
Talking about blue, he might have black and blue on his foot tomorrow.
Trimble's been excellent as of late. 4-game hitting streak headed into tonight. Still walking it off behind home plate as third base coach Max Fesky. Gonna chat with him for a moment.
Never a fun feeling when you get good wood on it and you put it off your toe. Now they're going to bring out the trainer. It's the left foot of Trimble, the front foot, as he has a righty. He's flexing it a bit, looking at it. So will the trainer, who's now more touching his knee.
Maybe a ball ricocheted off his knee? I mean, the ball's moving so fast off the bat, it's hard to tell, even with a good vantage point here from Red Wilson Field.
Coach Kelly Nicholson is out off his perch.
The consistency at the top of the order is provided for this Orleans offense as of late. Trimble's been right in the heart of it. 4-game hit streak obviously you want to make sure he's all right. But you lose him, you lose somebody who's been a big part of this offensive turnaround. Seems like he's going to stay in there.
Thumbs up all around. Trimble's going to stay in. 2-2 still the count against O'Hara.
We've seen a couple breaks in the action today. Vadrone, last inning. Foul ball to the foot/knee this time around.
Now we're back. And a check over on Oyama. 2-2 to Trimble, the righty. And a big extra base hit that got the Firebirds on the board in the 4th inning against Harwich on Friday night. Got him all the way to 3rd, and Eddie Micheletti drove him in. 2-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3 for Trimble, and strikeout number 2 for O'Hara.
That's tough for Trimble. Kind of reminds me of the Casey at bat last inning. You know, he had 2 strikes on him. Then the drone was hovering around. There's a break in the action. It comes up to the plate, swings at a pitch, and just, you know, you're in a groove when you're battling during an at-bat, and just to kind of resume that at-bat with 2 strikes, it's difficult to stay locked in.
Never easy. That was upwards of a 2.5 minute delay as Trimble was flexing his foot, and you're thinking about, am I okay, and not about what is Connor O'Hara about to throw me on the 2-2. Here's Eddie Micheletti, the lefty. A double last time up, came around to score. Takes the first pitch off speed, high for ball 1. A double that was a blooper behind the first base bag, landed right on the right field foul line. Got him all the way to 2nd. Driven home by Owen Carpellotti. And his single. Micheletti fouls back a high fastball. 1-1. Oyama still stationed at first, getting the lowdown from first base coach Joey Cooper. And the signs from third base coach and hitting coach Max Fesky. 1-1 to Micheletti is low. King couldn't bring it back up in time. The sun has come back out after maybe a 2 to 3 inning break. Shining bright here in Yarmouth, an early start, the earliest of starts in the Cape Cod Baseball League. 4:45. Oyama's going to go. Here's the throw from King. It's on the money. Oyama is out. Caught stealing for the 2nd time today. Tagged by Vieira, and King shows off the cannon again.
At this point, I think Will King is just saying to the whole league, why are you trying to running on me at this point? Because Oyama, I mean, if you got anybody on this team to try to steal a bag, it's him. But Will King threw out over 40% of runners last year at Eastern Kentucky, and he's 2 for 2 tonight.
3-1. Micheletti to 3rd on a hop. Fielded by Darby. The throw over. Slide by Micheletti, but not in time. Christian fell before the throw came to him at first base. Got up just in time to make the catch. A weird 5th. Started by a walk, a strikeout of Trimble. Micheletti with a ground ball to third base. Oyama caught stealing. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Still 3-1 Orleans. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Riley Fry is the new pitcher for the Firebirds as they limit Jake Peppers to 4 innings of work, and the lefty out of Wisconsin-Milwaukee will be taken over in the 5th.
Fry making his 5th appearance on the summer. One of the better middle relievers on the roster for Kelly Nicholson. 6 innings pitched, 8 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1-1 record.
The truly bad mark on those numbers is the Wareham game back on the 14th. It was a tough night for the weather, tough night for the fielders. Nothing went the way of the Firebirds that night. First pitch from Fry to Jacob Jenkins-Cowart, who walked last time up in the 2nd. Coach Kelly Nicholson playing the hand in this game here. Lefty and lefty. 0-1 is high. But ever since, it's been good for Fry. Harwich got an out by the way of the strikeout against Matt Scannell. At that time, the leader of RBIs in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Right back to Fry. He'll jog over, toss over to first for the easy out. And the first one here in the bottom of the 5th.
Fry has more than held his own, and it's always interesting to see how somebody from a smaller school like Wisconsin-Milwaukee, NAIA, can handle the Cape. He's handled it pretty well. As you mentioned, that whole game against Wareham was not a pitcher-friendly game.
Enzo Apodaca takes a first pitch fastball for a strike from Fry. Once again, another lefty for YD. 0-1, foul ball, third base side, just over the packed crowds, right behind the out-of-bounds marker, marked by chalk. Quickly 0-2 to Apodaca. Lefty Fry will deal, jams him up, and barely gets a piece. Does the Gonzaga man. Flew out to Jack Penny in foul territory. Last time up. Do the 0-2 again. Fry deals, check swing. Did he go? He did. Fry with his first strikeout of the night as Apodaca goes just too far.
And Kelly Nicholson, close to the bullpen. He's making his way out to the mound. 2 quick outs from Riley Fry.
Did this on Friday night against Harwich. Brought in Fry for just 1 out. Fry gets his job done. 2 lefties up, 2 lefties down. Fry gets the first 2 in the 5th. Now, the new man coming out. It's the big guy out of Vandy, Grayson Carter. We'll tell you all about him when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, it's the bottom of the 5th, and the Firebirds are up 3-1 and have already recorded 2 outs in the inning with the bases empty. Riley Fry started out the inning and got out the bottom 2 hitters in the YD Red Sox order in Jacob Jenkins-Cowart and Enzo Apodaca. Reason why he's getting taken out? Well, the next batter is R.J. Austin, a righty, and in comes Grayson Carter, his teammate Ian.
Yes, maybe Kelly Nicholson wanted to stack up the Commodores against each other. R.J. Austin, he's red hot. 2 singles to start this game. He swung at 2 pitches, and he's got on base both times. Carter, the rising junior at Vanderbilt, and his first appearance showed why he is at Vanderbilt. Pitched a scoreless inning on Wednesday against Brewster in the 4-2 win for Orleans. Gave up a hit, but got out of the inning scot-free. And afterwards, per TrackMan, threw 3 of the 4 fastest pitches out of any pitcher on the Cape this summer. He's been hurling them in the 98 to 99 mile-an-hour range. And I'm excited to see what he does with another opportunity, because he, as a midweek starter at Vandy, might not be in the bullpen much longer. That's just my opinion, but he's got the opportunity to give this team some length out of the pen.
Grayson Carter, the righty, finishing his warm-up tosses. 3-1 the score with the Firebirds in front. The only run for YD came on a home run to center by Hunter Hines in the bottom of the third. Firebirds got on the board in the top of the inning and then put up 2 more in the top of the fourth. So Austin, the hitter, against Carter, the pitcher. A Vanderbilt matchup with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th.
I think it's the first time we've seen a teammate-on-teammate battle this summer.
Carter deals a first pitch fastball for a strike. Our second, actually. Connor Eaton came in and faced his teammate from George Mason and walked him.
And he hated that.
Yeah.
He wanted to strike him out.
I'm sure Carter wants to do the same thing. 0-1 to Austin. Carter deals high fastball, swing and a miss.
That gets a few yips from the dugout. That's unbelievable stuff.
0-2. Carter gets his sign. Will deal from the right side. Fastball in there. Called strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Carter strikes out Austin to end the 5th. We'll go to the 6th. Still 3-1 Orleans.
Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. I'm Sammy Miller. The Firebirds are up 3-1 heading to the top of the 6th. Before the game, I talked to Firebirds manager Kelly Nicholson about the increase in their aggressive base running. He noted how when you have fast players, especially like Joe Oyama and Jake Casey, then they are fully encouraged to go after it and steal a bag. Of course, playing smart baseball is first and foremost, but at the same time, they don't want to play it safe. They want to go after it and get guys in scoring positions. Firebirds' recent offensive explosion, coupled with more confidence, has also helped in the increase in aggressiveness as well. Guys, back to you.
Back here in the top of the 6th from Red Wilson Field. Sammy mentioned it. With more offense comes more opportunities to steal bases. 12 stolen bases on 17 attempts for Orleans headed into tonight. Almost half of those came from a guy not even on the roster anymore in Austin Over. And Joe Oyama has been caught stealing twice tonight.
And it's because of how great Will King is behind the plate for YD, and he is once again. Connor O'Hara in his 3rd inning of work. He's recorded 6 outs so far. Started the 5th with a walk of Oyama, and now he has to start the 6th facing off against Andy Blake. Lined a single into right center field last time up and scored as well. Pops this one up to 3rd. Darby right by the foul line makes the catch in fair territory.
O'Hara has provided some great stability out of the bullpen. 2 solid innings for Eric Yost. Lost control, loaded the bases with no out in the 3rd, and was able to get out of that just a run. A couple runs coming across the board in the 4th, but keeping it manageable.
Jack Penny will be the next batter. Takes the first pitch fastball for a strike. Ian, we're right in front of the on-deck circle for the Firebirds, and something I've seen a similarity of is every time the batter puts the donut, which is ironic considering we are in YD, the 0-1 is down, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Every time the donut is put on the bat, these batters today are having a tough time getting it off. It takes 3, sometimes 4 slams on the ground until the donut comes off. 1-1 from O'Hara to Penny is foul 3rd base side out of play.
When you played, did you use the donut?
Of course. I mean, I wish it helped me a little bit more, but definitely makes the bat lighter, makes it easier to swing through the zone and catch up to some high velocity. I needed something else to catch up to high velocity, though. I'm still figuring that out. 1-2 the count to Penny with 1 out. Just outside. King thought he had it, the catcher. He did not. So 2-2.
The offense has been solid once again today for Orleans, benefiting from 2 errors from YD, but 5 hits, 3 runs.
2-2 the count. Penny, ground ball to second. Day is up with it and makes a strong throw to first, where Christian is standing on the bag for out number 2.
If there's anybody who knows how long O'Hara can go, it's actually the guy who started this game for Orleans, Jake Peppers. O'Hara pitched a season-high 7 innings against Jacksonville State back on the 23rd of April and only gave up an earned run. Outside of that, he never pitched more than 3 1/3 on the entirety of the season for Florida Gulf Coast.
Gets his chance. He made the most of it. Look at that. Jake Peppers not looking to see that once again. Jake Casey is the batter from the left side. Starts out 1-0. 2 outs, top 6. Firebirds up 3-1. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball for a strike at the waist.
Casey, in his last at-bat, came up with the bases loaded and had the at-bat halted because there was a drone hovering along the left field line.
1-1 is high and outside. I don't see the drone anymore, and most of the clouds have wisped away. Just a blue sky, no drone. Our graphics man Jasper said that it might be someone who wanted to watch the game. They should have turned into the Birds Broadcast Network.
They obviously don't know what they're doing or missing out on.
2-1 inside for a ball. O'Hara has a grunt to him every time he delivers a pitch. Almost like a tennis player.
If only we had the crowd mic a little closer to the mound. But you can hear it from here. Hey, if it works for you.
3-1 the count to Casey. Takes a fastball at the top of the zone for a strike. So 3-2, 2 outs, 3-1 Firebirds over the Red Sox. First trip of 3 to Red Wilson Field for the Firebirds this year. Here's the full count delivery. Casey fouls it off to the backstop.
A good at bat from Casey. Trying to find his stride in this game. 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. But tied for the team lead in home runs.
Him and Eddie Micheletti. Can he break off and get him into first? Casey takes the ball. He will walk on a close pitch inside. O'Hara doesn't get the call, and Casey has a 2-out walk in the 6th.
50-50 calls. Some won't break your way. Good at bat from Jake Casey. With a drone not hovering around the outfield, he proves that he can stay patient. He has the big swing. Very productive college player, but walking for the 5th time in 11 games.
Vieira moves to the right field side of second base. 3 on the right side. Casey off first. First pitch to Owen Carpellotti is a foul ball at home plate. Got a piece of King. He got a piece of the umpire. So King is going to give the home plate umpire, Ryan DeMare, a little bit of time. Checks in on O'Hara. Even Firebird coach Kelly Nicholson's checking in on him.
Umpires are people too.
That's right. No umpires, no baseball. Carpellotti down 0-1 in the count. Casey off first, held on by Christian. And a check over on Casey, who's dives back in safely. 5 hits for the Birds, 4 for the Red Sox, and 2 errors by way of YD. 1 off the bat of Carpellotti and made by Austin and left.
Scored the first run of the game.
0-1 inside and low. Seems like, Ian, ever since the Firebirds offense has kind of gotten a little bit of a wake-up call and gotten the ball in play more, the other team is, whoever they're playing, has made more errors.
Especially it started in that Brewster series.
1-1, Carpellotti into center. Now to right, Apodaca makes the catch as he got it off the end of the bat. 1 runner left on base. That's Jake Casey with the walk. Carpellotti retired on the flyout. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 3-1 Orleans. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, we go to the bottom of the 6th, and the man who ended the 5th is back on for another inning. Grayson Carter out of Vanderbilt faced his teammate R.J. Austin in the 5th with 2 outs, struck him out on 3 pitches. And not only was that good for the Firebirds in terms of the game, but also I bet they're going to be jawing back and forth after the game about that.
Look, they're 2 of the best players in the country, 2 of the most talented players in the country. There's a reason why they play at Vanderbilt together, and that's the cool thing about summer ball. You've got small school kids playing against big school kids, and then you get the rare pitcher on position player matchup. Grayson Carter not only struck him out on 3 pitches, and that was after a 2-for-2 start to the day for R.J. Austin. And I think you're right. When they get back to Nashville in the fall, we'll see what they say to each other.
Or even just after the game tonight. First pitch is a fastball swing and a miss by King. Oh 1 to King as Carter has to face 2, 3, 4 in the Red Sox order. Another fastball. This one tipped into the glove of Carpellotti. Quickly 0-2.
Hard to strike out Will King. Shortens up, and on the 0-2, he makes a lot of contact.
Carpellotti, or Grayson, takes a deep breath. King down the first base line, but foul. Carter will touch his cap, get back to the rubber. You said only 1 strikeout for King the entire season so far. Carter looking to make it 2. And he's up 0-2 in the count. Kick and deal, high fastball, and he went around. Grayson Carter strikes out Will King for his strikeout number 2 on the season and strikeout number 1 here in the 6th.
It's the high cheese. Oh, so tempting. But when you're throwing it at a 98-99, it's not that easy to hit. And it gets Will King.
And here is power against power. Grayson Carter against Hunter Hines, who is the man who got YD on the board in the 3rd with a home run to center. It's 98-99 coming in, and some of the best power in the bat of number 44 for YD. It's up 2-0 in the count.
Vandy on Mississippi State, the powerhouse of the SEC. And another team that's trying to get back there, Mississippi State.
Strike at the bottom of the zone from Carter, who is not fooling around. He's throwing his heat. He's getting good results so far. 2-1 to Hines from Carter. Another fastball, this one high for a ball. Looking at his numbers and seeing Carter pitch, it's how does he give up any runs? At times it can be control problems, and that's what he's working on this summer and into next season at Vandy. 3-1 to Hines is low. A walk from Carter allows the 3-hitter for YD to reach for the 2nd time tonight.
Over 2 seasons at Vandy, as you mentioned, 34 innings pitched, 38 walks handed out by Carter. A super talented prospect, the former #1 player coming out of the state of Colorado, who's just gotten so much better over his 2 years at Vanderbilt, but still has a ton to work on. So much raw potential.
First pitch to Vieira is high for a ball. The cleanup hitter for YD is 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. After he absolutely killed Orleans back on Monday in their last matchup, a 4-1 win for the Red Sox. 2-0 as it goes low. Carpellotti blocks it up. 1 out on the strikeout of Will King. Here in the bottom of the 6th, Firebirds up 3-1. The first time the Birds travel to Red Wilson. 3-0. Runner on first is Hines. And the pitch to Vieira is in for a strike. Three and one. Hines off first with a shallow lead. Hyde keeping him close. 3-1 is a chopper to short. Farrow to Oyama on the first. Did he get him? No. Just safe was Vieira. Half the Orleans fielders were jogging off the field, but it wasn't in time. And we're going to have another visit to the mound from manager Kelly Nicholson. He's going to another righty. So end of the day for Grayson Carter. 2 outs, bottom 6. Runner on first is Max Vieira. And we'll tell you who's next coming from the pen when we come back on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 6th, 2 outs with a runner on first and Max Vieira, and a new pitcher for the Firebirds. Not just new to this game, but new to the team. Chase Loomis, Ian, from Texas.
Yes, the 6'1", 205-pound lefty. Texas native from Godley, which is 3 hours north of UT. An interesting collegiate career. Didn't play at all in his first 3 seasons with the Longhorns. Missed time with injury. So technically, in his first season as a 22-year-old in the spring, he had a 5.28 ERA and 10 appearances out of a bullpen. Pitched 15 1/3 with 12 strikeouts to 4 walks and a 1.17 whip.
Loomis, as manager Kelly Nicholson continues to mix and match against this YD order, will add to a bullpen that's been really, really good for the Firebirds. And in all reality, when they have a lead after 5 or even 6, it's been game over. Turn out the lights for the Birds because of how great the bullpen's been.
You were just finding a way to work your signature catchphrase into the broadcast once again.
On a field that has no
lights. So you had to get it in there. I'm excited to see what Loomis brings. He was a very highly touted recruit, former number 113 ranked lefty in the country coming out of high school. But so many great bullpen options. And as you mentioned, the bullpen's been changing. You added Grayson Carter, Sam Leboki, and now Chase Loomis, all guys making their debuts in the last half a week for Kelly Nicholson, who always gets the best pitchers.
Loomis will check and look at Vieira. First pitch to Brady Day. Brady has struck out and grounded out to first so far tonight. Vieira heading to a fielder's choice, which forced out Hines at second. The throw to first was just not in time, and Vieira was ruled safe. Check over at first by Loomis is not in time. Vieira gets back. Definitely a slower pace game today than Harwich on Friday, which went by in a flash. 1-0 count today is inside. And not the movie, Ian.
No, we did see that movie, though, at a drive-in movie theater.
First time to the drive-in.
Ever, yes. They don't do that in Connecticut, sadly.
At least in our part. 2-0 from Loomis today. Is a ground ball to short. Farrow, it eats him up. Day will reach. The ball eats up Farrow. It'll be ruled an error. And 2 on with 2 outs for YD here in the bottom of the 6th.
Farrow, the bat is starting to get hot for the rising sophomore transferring the Florida State, but that is his 3rd error committed through 9 games.
It hit the lip of the grass, it hit him in the chest, and didn't have enough time to pick it up and throw it over to first to get Day. So Vieira at second, Day at first. It's Xander Darby, the lefty, once again. First pitch to him is off speed for a strike from Loomis.
Singled his last time up. Went down looking in the second.
First error on the day for the Firebirds. 2 made by YD already. Vieira and Day are going. No throw by Carpellotti. A double steal for YD. And the pitch was a ball.
And the Mario Kart coin noise, I don't even know how you describe it in the background. That's the first time I've heard a field on the Cape with reaction to stolen bases.
Darby 1-1 in the count. High fastball stays up, now 2-1. First base is open with Vieira at third and Day over at second. The coin noise for the double steal. Another great movie, the Super Mario Bros. Movie.
Oh my, that's your opinion.
2-1 from Loomis is low. 3-1.
If anybody was wondering what Xander Darby's favorite movies are, they're a lot better than the Super Mario movie. Happy Gilmore.
I'm with him on that.
Moneyball. And I know a movie you definitely haven't seen, Superbad.
No.
Yep.
Definitely not. 3-1 the count as Vieira dances off third. He is high for ball 4. So quickly a jam turns into a mess on the base paths. Vieira reached, or I should say Hines reached on a walk. Vieira hit into a fielder's choice. He's at third now after a double steal, and Brady Day reached on an error by Drew Farreau. Darby's at first, and it's Jacob Christian with the bases loaded and 2 outs against Chase Loomis in his first appearance as a Firebird. Did he go around? He did. First pitch fastball up, but the swing forces the strike.
This is Loomis's first appearance on the Cape and only his second ever summer ball appearance in his baseball career. Big moment.
0-1 to Christian is low. Remember, a big backstop here at Red Wilson Field if any ball gets away from Carpellotti. Loomis is a crafty lefty. Finds ways to get batters out. Faces the righty Christian now. One is inside. Now 2-1. Carpellotti shouts words of encouragement to his pitcher. And hitting coach Max Vesky, along with the other coaching staff, forcing Casey to move to the left side of second base and center. 2-1, swing and a miss. The phrase "win it" shouted from the Firebirds dugout. Bases loaded, bottom of the 6th, Firebirds up 3-1. Jacob Christian, the batter, against Chase Loomis from Texas. 2-2, 2 outs. And here's the pitch. Strike 3 swinging. A fist bump from Carpellotti as Loomis gets out of the jam in the 6th. They keep it 3-1 Orleans as we go to the 7th here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network after Chase Loomis, first appearance as a Firebird, gets out of trouble, bases loaded, 2 outs, and strikes out Jacob Christian with the off speed for his first K as a Bird, and a big one, keeps it 3-1. But Ian, we have scores here. We have scores around the league. What do you got for us?
That we do. Top of the 6th from Stony Brook. Brewster defending home turf quite nicely against Pescatore. 6-0 lead. for the Whitecaps. Meanwhile, bottom 5 from Lowell Park, the Kettleers, the best team out west, getting destroyed by the Bourne Braves. 9-0 the lead for the Bravos. 2 more games on the slate tonight that have not started. Hyannis and Wareham from McKeon Park. Also Falmouth and Harwich from Arnie Allen Diamond in Falmouth.
The Birds were scheduled to play Hyannis yesterday, however, the field conditions were not up to par, and that game has been moved to July 3rd. Still at home, still at 6:30, and still at Eldridge Park between both the Birds and the Hawks. Jake Hyde leads off the top of the 7th, still against Connor O'Hara. He's been doing God's work for the Red Sox. First pitch is a strike from O'Hara to the lefty Hyde, who fouls off the 0-1 to the backstop. Now, down 0-2 in the count is Hyde, and they're going to move the third baseman, Darby, to the right side, almost like the second baseman in a double play position. The shortstop, Vieira, stays where he usually plays. They got the scouting report. They know where to play. The 0-2 is outside to Hyde.
The MLB rules not adapted across the board here on the Cape. Pitch clock kind of being fooled around with teams around the league. Not official anywhere. This shift, that's not a rule that's made its way out to the Cape.
1-2 the count to Hyde, who smacks it to left. Back goes Austin to the fence, and he'll make the catch. Right in front of the fence, R.J. Austin backpedals and makes the catch on good contact from Jake Hyde to the opposite field.
Great swing. Good play from Austin and left, who made an error earlier, which allowed Orleans to take the 1-0 lead. But he proves the scouting report wrong in a way. If he put that ball on the ground, it would have easily been a base hit. But slapping it the opposite way was Hyde.
First pitch to Drew Farreau is an off-speed one for a strike. A semi-shift on Farreau. The shortstop Vieira about 2 steps to the left of second base. 0-1 from O'Hara to Farreau. A big swing and a big miss. Swinging out of his shoes was Farreau.
Coach Nicholson telling Farreau to shorten up. Try just to put the ball in play when good things happen.
0-2 to Farreau. Takes a pitch high. And just high. King held the pitch there where it was caught for a little bit. 1-2, 1 out. No one on base. Birds up 3-1. The 1-2 is in the dirt for a ball. Maybe the only ball that's gotten away from Will King tonight.
Well, there was that wild pitch that got by the Eastern Kentucky star. And that allowed Owen Carpellotti to score from third in the third.
The pitching's been great for the Birds. The hitting, looking to help them out. Farreau strikes out on the off-speed pitch from O'Hara. That is strikeout number 3 on the night for the right-hander.
Couple of Florida natives going at it, albeit O'Hara from Davie, which is towards the bottom of the state, Tallahassee, where Farreau calls home, and will call home next year with Florida State on the Panhandle.
Oyama, now the batter as Orleans flips the order. First pitch, ground ball to first, going to be a tough play. A flip over to the pitcher, O'Hara, and they rule him safe. They said O'Hara did not touch first base. He was rushing over as he had to. Oyama, with his speed, forces his way on base. The official scoring is not out just yet. I believe they're going to call this one an error. But Oyama on first either way.
Would be the third on the day for Scott Pickler's crew, who, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, committed 6 errors on Wednesday against Bourne, which tied the league record.
And now cut that one in half. You have the amount of errors from YD tonight, 3. Oyama off first, Fenwick Trimble takes the ball high. Last time up, Trimble fouled the ball off somewhere around the knee area of his left leg. He had to take about a minute or two to gather himself and flex his foot. Came back and had to deal with a 2-2 fastball at the top of the zone from O'Hara for strike 3. Takes an off-speed strike, now 1-1 to the JMU outfielder.
Trying to extend a 4-game hitting streak is Trimble. Has found his footing, no pun intended, over the last week.
Oyama gets back on the check over to first.
Oh, he's okay. He's a tough guy. He's a lot tougher than I am. I want an ice pack and a seat on in the dugout.
Oyama still in first. Caught stealing twice today. We'll see if he tries it again.
He's got the speed that kills, but I would be hard-pressed to think he'd take off for the 3rd time today, with Will King pitching a near-perfect game behind the dish.
Another checkoff on Oyama. We talk about MLB rules that haven't been picked up by the Cape Cod Baseball League, the pickoff rule. Talk about Andrew Schaffner over on Brewster.
Yeah, flashback to Wednesday in the top of the 9th, Austin over, and we'll never remember that trip to first base.
1-1, swing and a miss by Trimble. 11 pickoff attempts by Schaffner. Overin's jersey and pants did not look white. They looked more brown than white after the game.
Bumps and bruises all along the knees.
3-1 the score, 1-2 count to Trimble with 2 outs. Oyama still at first after reaching on the error. 1-2 from O'Hara as a fastball and another foul ball off the leg of Trimble.
I believe he let out a bit of a yell after that one. That's just got to be frustrating for Trimble, who's just run into a string of bad luck today with the foul balls. But he's all right.
Gets back into the batter's box quickly. A right-handed arm is warming up for YD in the bullpen down the left field line. We'll do the 1-2 again. Oyama parked at first base. O'Hara gives him a look. Here's the 1-2. Fastball popped up to third base. Darby, in foul territory, makes the catch. The Birds get a man on in Oyama, but can't capitalize. We'll stretch here at Red Wilson Field. 3-1 Birds on the Birds Broadcast Network. Birds Broadcast Network has you covered always, every game, home and away. We are away today. We're at Yarmouth. 3-1 Firebirds over the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Take me out to the ball game. Always sung at every ballpark around the Cape, even off the Cape if you're in Wareham. As Chase Loomis will start his 2nd inning of work. You always have a Take Me Out to the Ball Game singer and a national anthem singer at all the parks as well.
I would hope. It makes sense. A league rooted in tradition.
Loomis gets a big swing and a miss and an off-speed pitch that almost hits home plate against Jacob Jenkins-Cowart. He reached on a walk in the 2nd and had to face Riley Fry. Grounded right back to Fry in the 5th. 0-1, just a bit low from Loomis. Firebirds looking for 9 outs, protecting a 2-run lead. Low scoring again for the Birds. 1-1, a swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt from Cowart. Loomis getting some ugly swings from the Red Sox batters.
Starting to settle in his 1st inning of work out of a bullpen.
1-2 from Loomis is outside. Cowart holds on. Micheletti moved more toward the foul line in left field. 2-2 the count. Bases empty, no outs. Now 3-2 as it goes low. Loomis looking to put away Cowart. His first time seeing him tonight. The 8-hitter, the lefty, for YD.
Jenkins, he's got power.
3-2 barely gets a piece on a foul ball.
.491 slugging percentage at East Carolina in the spring, still wearing the purple arm sleeve on his lanky right arm.
The Pirates.
Great mascot. Great uniforms.
3-2 is low. A leadoff walk in the 7th from Loomis to Cowart. YD started the first inning along with the third, getting runners on to lead off the inning. Enzo Apodaca is the 9-hitter and up with the man on against Loomis here in the 7th.
Orleans has not been bitten by handing out the free passes yet, but that's the third free pass handed out in the last 2 innings.
Apodaca takes a first pitch fastball strike from Loomis. Jenkins Cowart getting held on by Hyde. No outs. One swing away is YD from tying this game in a bandbox of a field in YD. The 0-1 is low for a ball.
352 in center field, 340 in right, 350 in left, and it was proven as such when Hunter Hines hit a solo shot to straightaway center in the bottom of the third. That probably would have been a flyout at Eldridge and a lot of other parks on the Cape.
Flyout at Eldridge could go 430 feet to center.
And still be caught.
And still be caught, that's right. And Carpellotti almost did that the other game against Brewster in the 13-2 win in the fog. 1-1 to Apodaca, who tries to lay down a bunt, goes foul, third baseline. Penny will pick it up. The 9-hitter from Gonzaga looking to catch the Firebirds off guard.
Apodaca back-to-back really good seasons with the Bulldogs, hitting around 280 in both years.
Runner on first is Jenkins Cowart. Loomis up 1-2 in the count, but he'll check over on the runner. First, Hyde tosses it right back to him. An array of trees in center field and right center field, right beyond the wall in Yarmouth. Loomis gives a few looks to first. Will deal the 1-2 in the dirt for a ball.
You know, I gotta wonder, Jenkins Cowart. You know, at East Carolina, he majors in recreation and parks management. I wonder if the trees here in the outfield lead to a park. Maybe you could go explore.
Studying abroad in Cape Cod. 2-2, Apodaca fouls at first base side out of play. You know, you hear of study abroads in Europe and Australia and wherever. Jenkins Cowart might be doing it right here in Yarmouth.
I'm good. I don't think I'm ever going to study abroad. Syracuse, New York has everything I need.
Where else would you rather be? 2-2 from Loomis, another foul ball from Apodaca. A true battle. And it seems like today, on Sunday, as we keep track of our days, manager Kelly Nicholson is a little bit more vocal than usual.
Well, we got a great vantage point just off the right side of home plate. I think this is definitely the closest we've been to the dugout, so we can really hear it all.
Another check on the runner at first. No outs, and the 9-hitter Enzo Apodaca up for YD. 2-2 the count even. Penny plays deep at third. So did the outfielders in their respective positions. The 2-2 pitch, low and outside. Loomis is being a little bit picky here, and he's trying to pick spots. Could get him in trouble. A leadoff walk already.
Not something you can afford with no outs.
Before the 3-2, another check over on first.
Giving a lot of attention over to JJC over there.
Loomis will get the sign against Apodaca. The 3-2 pitch on its way, and it's low. And that is not how you want to start off an inning. 2 straight walks, guarding a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 7th. That'll do it for Chase Loomis. The sign made by manager Kelly Nicholson. Loomis, who was good coming out of the pen in the 6th, can't get the job done in the 7th. Runners on first and second with nobody out for YD, as a new pitcher will be coming in for the Firebirds. I believe that's Danny Carrion, the righty and the flamethrower. And we'll be right back on the Birds Broadcast Network to set you up. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, a jam is set up for the Firebirds, and Danny Carrion from UC Davis comes in to face it. The 8-9 hitters, 4YD, have walked to start off the bottom of the 7th. Orleans up 3-1. Danny Carrion is in to stop this madness. Ian, what do you got on him?
Making his 3rd appearance out of a bullpen is the California native. He's pitched 2 2/3 on the summer for Kelly Nicholson's team, giving up an earned run. But as you mentioned, he throws a lot of heat, gets a lot of swing and miss. 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. And although he's a California guy, somewhat has a tie to YD, not necessarily the Cape, but to their nickname, the Red Sox. His second cousin, Boston Red Sox legend, Dustin Pedroia, who also grew up in California, just outside Sacramento.
That 2 NorCal guys. Little Red Sox connection. And Danny Carrion is going to need a little bit of that Red Sox magic, maybe back from '04, to get out of this jam. It's the top of the order. It's R.J. Austin against Carrion with 2 men on and nobody out, guarding a 3-run lead, or 2-run lead in the top of the 7th. This one's popped up. Foul territory. First pitch. Jack Penny makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 huge out from Danny Carrion as he gets Austin a foul out into the third base area where the third base coach is standing.
3 of R.J. Austin's 4 at-bats tonight have ended after just 1 pitch. Singled each of his first 2 times up, first pitch swinging, then struck out against his collegiate teammate Grayson Carter in the 5th in 3 pitches, and fouls out on the first pitch there.
First pitch to King. Off the end of the bat, Micheletti over, also is Casey. Casey will make the catch. Tagging to third, now going back to second is Jenkins Cowart. 2 pitches, 2 huge outs from Danny Carrion, who is 1 out away from getting out of a huge jam here in the bottom of the 7th.
Carrion, who's been inserted into some high leverage situations now in his 3rd appearance with Orleans, proving his value.
And now he's going to need a little bit more against Hunter Hines. A home run already today in the bottom of the 3rd to center on a moonshot. On second, Jenkins Cowart. On first is Enzo Apodaca. First pitch to Hines is drilled into right. Back goes Casey to the wall. It's gone. A go-ahead 3-run home run for Hunter Hines over the center field fence. Puts the Red Sox up 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th.
Got to give the YD offense credit. A lot of it should go to Hunter Hines. There's a reason why he was a finalist for National Player of the Year as a sophomore at Mississippi State. It's not because he hits the ball for contact. It's because he hits the ball to go deep. It's his first year here on the Cape. Going to be drafted pretty high in next year's MLB draft. playing at a ballpark that perfectly suits his abilities.
So the first crack in the armor for the bullpen. A 3-run shot from Hunter Hines. Scoreboard says 5-3. However, Ian, if I'm wrong, 4-3. This is a score. That was a 3-run shot.
And it is being adjusted.
Look at that.
You're on top of it.
Smarter than the scoreboard. 1-1 the count to the cleanup hitter, Max Vieira. And it all goes back to those 2 leadoff walks to start the inning from Chase Loomis to the 8 and 9 hitters. And when you're facing an offense as good as YD now, that's a strikeout of Vieira. But before we go to break, Ian, when you're facing a top offense, 1, 2, 3, 4 of YD, you can't walk the bottom of the order.
You can't. You walk 4 guys in the last 2 innings against a team that sits atop the East Division and has been one of the gold standards of the Cape for years. You cannot expect them not to capitalize at some point, especially when the heart of the order is due up. Hunter Hines with multi-home run games this past season at Mississippi State. He's the one that makes Danny Carrion and Chase Loomis pay. Orleans has to show that it's got fight in the offense when we come back.
That's right, 4-3 Red Sox. We go top 8 Birds Broadcast Network. And YD has flipped this game on its head from 3-1 Orleans to now 4-3 Red Sox after a 3-run home run by Hunter Hines with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. It now turns back to the Orleans offense who's chasing. Eddie Micheletti, the 3-hitter for Kelly Nicholson's lineup, leads off the inning against a new pitcher. Takes a ball inside for YD. And who is it, Ian?
It's Jackson Roberts, the rising sophomore from Campbell. The Campbell Camels making his 2nd appearance. He's pitched 1 inning this summer, gave up 3 hits. Didn't give up a run, though.
2-0 to Micheletti, who can easily tie the game with 1 swing. Roberts comes from the right side, standing at 6'1", 190. The 2-0 pitch, Micheletti got it off the end of the bat. Apodaca will make the catch in right field.
Roberts. First of all, Campbell is a great program. If you haven't heard of it, in the Big South, they are dominant. They're a team that's competing for the NCAA tournament every year. And Roberts, one of the stars of that team, the Big South Freshman of the Year, and a one-time relief pitcher of the week. He belongs here, and he gets a big out.
Roberts with 1 out already on the inning. Now we'll face Andy Blake in another first pitch ball from the righty for the Red Sox. Blake with a single in the 4th, came around to score. The 2nd run for the Firebirds, takes a strike on the off-speed pitch. 4-3 YD. Now 5 hits on the day for them, 5 hits for the Firebirds. 1-1 the count. Blake gets it in the air, but not deep enough. Into center. Over as Jackson Cowart, and makes the catch.
A lot of weak contact. And you run that risk. You let the ball go and play. You got to trust the defense behind you. That's not an easy thing to do, especially with 2 of the hottest guys in the order for Orleans, and Eddie Micheletti Jr. and Andy Blake. But Roberts is not afraid to give them pitches that they can put in play.
Jack Penny will be the hitter with 2 outs and nobody on. Down 1 for the Firebirds. Takes the first pitch ball. Ian, you talked about it, letting the ball get into play. Do you think that was in the mind of Chase Loomis last inning, where maybe he was a little bit too picky and too looking for a corner strike? 1-0 to Penny is a strike.
I would say that you just got to understand what situation you're in, and obviously you want to throw strikes. You don't want to give anything down the middle, but to walk 8 and 9 in the order is something, it's not ideal.
Penny swings and misses over the fastball from Roberts. 1-2 with 2 outs. Roberts about to throw pitch number 9. Kicks his leg and deals the 1-2. Penny gets a piece of the high fastball. The shadows now over the mound, over home plate, over third, and over short. Vieira, however, playing behind second base, the shortstop for YD. Do the 1-2 again from Roberts to Penny. High for ball 2. Jack Penny has not had a home run yet in the Cape this year. 2-2 with 2 outs and pops it to right. Back it goes to the wall at the fence. It's gone. Well, there's one. What a time to get on the board. Jack Penny, a game-tying home run in the top of the 8th for the Firebirds. 4-4 here in YD.
First home run of the summer for Jack Penny. Can't say it's unexpected. 14 home runs over 85 career games with Notre Dame. And what a much-needed blast in a hitter-friendly ballpark. Smoked off the bat.
Apodaca could only watch and write. Jake Casey is the batter against Roberts, who has given up the lead. Kelly Nicholson's going to call over Jake Casey to the on-deck circle. Already down 0-1 in the count to talk with him.
This is the first time we've seen this season, in which the 18th year manager has called for time mid-at-bat. Always taking time to teach. That's why we're here. That's why these guys are here.
Kelly Nicholson says his piece to Casey. We'll see if it powers him up. Maybe even take the lead in this ball game for the Firebirds. That's now back to a deadlock. 4-4, top 8. 0-1 from Roberts to Casey is high for a ball.
By the way, Roberts, during his freshman season with Campbell, gave up just 2 long shots in 33 1/3 innings pitched.
Now in his second appearance, he's given up the home run to Casey. Or Penny, I should say. Casey fouls this one into the dugout of YD.
Orleans has been much better as of late, working in negative counts. Casey trying to reach for the first time today.
Roberts gets his sign. Casey with the bat on his shoulder. 1-2 the count. A long pause. Now the pitch from Roberts. Casey gets a piece of the off-speed. A big home run from Jack Penny. His first extra base hit in a little bit as well. To tie this game up at 4 in the top of the 8th. Do the 1-2 again to Casey from Roberts. Casey gets a piece again. Foul ball at the backstop, continuing to battle.
Had a good at-bat last time around with a walk after back-to-back strikeouts to start this game. Trying to keep this inning alive.
Roberts will deal the 1-2 again. Line drive into the glove of the second baseman Day as he leaps up and makes the catch. But not before Jack Penny ties this game up with a home run to right and keeps it 4-4 here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Birds looking to keep it tied as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, we are all tied up 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Jack Penny with a game-tying solo home run with 2 outs in the top of the 8th to tie us up at 4, and a new pitcher, the 6th arm out of the bullpen. Well, 5th arm out of the bullpen, 6th pitcher overall for the Firebirds tonight is the lefty Connor Eaton.
Eaton has been getting him better and better with each appearance this summer. 4th appearance for the Firebirds. He's gone 5 1/3, giving up 2 earned with 9 strikeouts, 5 walks for the rising junior for George Mason.
The lefty will face Brady Day. 257 on the year. It's lefty against lefty. First pitch from Eaton is a called strike. Came in for 2 innings in a 13-2 win for the Firebirds after Evan Truitt pitched 4 innings. 0-1 is low. Truitt actually pitched 5 innings that day. Connor came in for the 6th and the 7th before they called the game due to fog. Firebirds won by 11, 13-2 against Brewster in Game 2 of that mini-series. 2-1 today. And he was nasty. 5 strikeouts, recording 6 outs was Eaton. His slider, especially to righties, was on. Kicks and deals the 2-1. Ground ball to Oyama at second. Pops up into his glove and makes the throw over to Hyde for out number 1.
Tough day for Day. 0 for 4. Put the ball in play a couple times.
Can always count on Ian for a pun.
I wasn't even intentional that time. But that's really all I'm
gotta
good
take
for
credit
with the analysis.
Another lefty-lefty. Xander Darby is the batter for YD. 1 out, bottom 8. Eaton fires a firm first pitch fastball for a strike.
He's got great stuff.
4 runs apiece in the bottom of the 8th. Popped up foul and out of play on a high off-speed pitch. Eaton quickly ahead, 0-2. The bullpen for the Firebirds shows its first crack after a 3-run home run by Hunter Hines in the bottom of the 7th. The offense comes back with Jack Penny to bail them out. 0-2 is outside the slider. Carpellotti said, "I liked where you were thinking," to Connor Eaton in sign language. Pointing at him. The 1-2 from Eaton, fastball outside. Same thing from Carp. He's liking where the pitches are going. Eaton's looking to close out this at-bat quickly. 2-1 with 1 out, off speed, foul ball, third base side out of play. It's went from Peppers to Fry to Carter to Loomis to Carry On, and now Eaton.
This is really the first game we've seen Kelly Nicholson go this deep in his bullpen in a single outing.
2-2 with 1 out. Carpellotti tried to frame it back, didn't get the call.
That's the 3rd time in this at-bat alone. Eaton's tried to land one on the outside corner and hasn't broken his way.
Firebirds bullpen can't afford another walk. The 3-2. Strike 3 called. Outside corner with the heat. Eaton brings the fire for strikeout number 1 and out number 2.
The bullpen is giving Eaton a lot of confidence right now to continue to go back to that outside corner with the hope that eventually he would get the call from home plate umpire Ryan DeMare, keeping it away from Darby, and he doesn't swing at it.
First righty that Eaton's going to face fires a first pitch strike off speed to Jacob Christian. 0 for 2 on the day with a walk. That 0 for 2, both of them being strikeouts. Eaton's 13th pitch of the inning is high and in with the fastball for a ball. 6 hits for Orleans, 5 hits for the Red Sox, and 3 home runs tonight in this game. 1-1 from Eaton is a fastball, ground ball to second. Oyama will charge, will throw in time. 1-2-3 from Eaton to get a 0 on the board for YD. Orleans comes up in the top of the 9th, looking to get the lead back. 4-4 here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, we go top 9 tie game here at Red Wilson Field in Yarmouth. It's the new pitcher. We've seen him before. The Firebirds have seen him before. Leighton Finley out of Georgia. And Ian, last time out against Orleans, he was dominant.
Just 6 days ago from Eldridge in a 4-1 win for the Red Sox. Finley went 4 1/3 out of a bullpen. Didn't give up a run. Allowed just 2 hits with 4 strikeouts and a walk. The Georgia man trying to replicate his success with the bottom of the order, 8-9-1, due up for Orleans. 7-8-9 rather, with Carp, Hyde, and Farrow.
All three with big power against Finley, who throws a fastball in the mid-90s and a drop off the table 12-6 curveball. Earned himself 4 strikeouts in that outing against Orleans. He's allowed just 3 hits on the year in 5 1/3 innings, 5 strikeouts, and no runs. Carpellotti and co. are looking to break that streak. Top 9, 4-4 game. First batter of the inning is Owen Carpellotti. First offering from Finley is a strike with the off-speed.
Carpellotti having, I'd say, his most productive day offensively as a Firebird. Reaching on an error and scoring in the second.
A 1 pitch is popped. Back of first. Going to be a tough play. Day is over by the line and makes the catch.
Not able to continue that strong offensive showing there. Also drove in a run with a single in the 4th. But he's retired on just 2 pitches.
Jake Hyde, who can use a big hit as big as anybody. Made hard contact last time up on a fly ball to left that took Austin all the way back to the wall. Leighton's first pitch to Hyde is a fastball outside. 1 swing of the bat could put the Firebirds up 5-4 here in the top of the 9th. Finley delivers an off-speed pitch for a strike. Hyde, the left-handed batter, who's 0 for 2 on the night with a sac fly in the 4th. Already 1 RBI. 1-1 off speed. Did he offer? Yes, he did. Into the dirt. Hyde couldn't hold up. One to the count with 1 out. Bases empty. Tie game. Hyde puts a good swing into this one to center. And it gets down to the fence. Hyde around first. He's going to go to second and stop there. A 1-out double for Jake Hyde in the top of the 9th.
Big hit for Hyde. Came into the night only 3 for 22. Started the season with some great swings. You mentioned his last out, allowed 1 to left. He's going to be pinch ran for.
We'll see who they decide to go with. Will it be Eddie King? It will be Eddie King. So the speedster out of Louisville will go to second. 1 out, and Drew Farrow comes to the plate. 180 feet away from getting the lead are the Firebirds. See how they play it. The first time tonight that Leighton Finley has shown a weakness. And that was off the bat of Jake Hyde.
7th hit tonight for Orleans.
First pitch to Farrow is low in the dirt, and a good block by Will King. Once again, keeps it in front, keeps it close. Eddie King had to retreat back to second.
King doesn't have a stolen base yet on the year, but 11 stolen bases in the spring with Louisville, and has scored a team-high 6 runs on the season. He's got speed.
Vieira holds him on at second. King with a good lead. Now Vieira backs up. The 1-0 to Farrow, once again low. He takes it. On any ball that lands in the outfield, King's going to come around to score, or at least try to. Day is not playing usually his second base position. He's in shallow right field. Guarding has the shift against Farrow. 2-0 the count between Finley and Farrow with 1 out. King off second. The all-speed pitch in there for a strike. 3 straight off-speed. Finley gets a strike for the first time. Farrow looking for his biggest hit as a Firebird so far this year. The count 2-1. The 4th pitch fouled back on the fastball Furrow just a little bit late.
The big swing came out there from Furrow, the one that allowed him to launch a school record 15 home runs, most by a freshman in UCF history. Still in search of his first blast of the summer.
2-2, 1 out. King off second. Finley gives him a look. Now delivers high fastball, high and way high. So full count. First base is open in case of a walk. King is off second. Furrow from the left side. Finley delivers the pitch. Furrow pulls it to first. Christian will make the play. King moves over to third. Furrow moves him over to third. Good play by Christian to step on first. And Ian, maybe not the result that Furrow wants, but one that the Firebirds will take and now opens up a lot of possibilities to score this run.
My mind instantly drifts to how Orleans scored its first run of the game with the large backstop from Red Wilson Field. A ball that got by Will King and allowed Owen Carpellotti, who, no offense to him, is a little slower than Eddie King, 90 feet away.
We'll have to take some chances. Oyama the batter with 2 outs, man on third. First pitch from Finley. Drops the curveball in for a strike. Darby plays on the grass, the third baseman for YD. In case of any funny business in terms of the bunt category from Oyama. No, he has it in him. 0-1. 2 outs. King off third. Finley from the right side. Delivers high. King throws back to third. Safe is Eddie. King to Darby. Eddie King just gets back. A risky move by YD as that throw gets into the outfield. Orleans takes the lead. And Eddie King gets back just in time.
King's already thrown out 2 base runners tonight. Well, I should say he's thrown out 1 base runner twice. The man at the plate, Joe Oyama, who's reached all 4 times up.
1-1 as that pitch was high. Finley delivers in the dirt, and another excellent block by Will King. Almost bounced on the plate, the curveball did. Somehow keeps it in front of him.
Had the privilege of seeing him play last summer, too, in the Perfect Game League. Will King, probably the best all-around catcher out here.
2-1 the count. King off third. High again. King throws back. Safe again. 2 throws. Both have been on the money, but Eddie King just a little bit too fast. 3-1 the count. Fenwick Trimble is on deck. Finley comes set. King is off third. The pitch is outside for a ball. Joe Oyama will walk. Fenwick Trimble, who's had a day to be had with bumps and bruises and foul balls and everything in between, comes up with runners on the corners and 2 outs.
Unbelievable day for Joe Oyama again. A single, a triple, 2 walks. 5 times he's come to the plate, 5 times he's got to first base. Outside of being caught stealing twice, he passes the baton to Fenwick Trimble with 2 guys on in one of the biggest spots of the season.
So Eddie King on third, Joe Oyama at first. We'll see if he wants to steal it all. 2 outs. Fenwick Trimble, the batter, against Leighton Finley. First pitch to Trimble is a high fastball. It seems like the fastball has been riding high for Finley. The pitch that's working for him is the curveball.
You were talking about it. It breaks.
It breaks a lot. 1-0 to Trimble. Finley comes set. Top 9 of a tie game. Swing and a miss at the fastball. Trimble is 0 for 3 on the day. Or I should say 0 for 4 on the day. 2 strikeouts. Has fouled balls off his knee, off his ankle. It's been a tough day in that category, but has toughed it out and stayed in the game. Also playing a great right field. 1-1. Swing and a miss at the fastball. Just a little bit late.
The pressure is at a high. You could hear a pin drop here. A great crowd, a great game.
Can Fenwick chase up and catch up to the fastball? Or is the curveball dropped? Eddie King off third. Oyama in first. 1-2. the count with 2 outs in the top of the 9th of a 4-4 game. The pitch, foul ball by Trimble. He was early on it. Sounded like a broken bat. Trimble's going to keep that one with him.
Well hit, but as you mentioned, just slightly mistimed. If that ball was in play, it's dropping in the left for a base hit, and Eddie King's coming home.
That was the fastball. Trimble was on time and even a little bit early. Still 1-2 the count. Oyama's going to take off for second. Finley steps off, and Oyama takes second. He was trying to draw the balk. Finley, as smart as he can be, did not balk. He stepped off with his right foot legally. 2 runners in scoring position now for the Firebirds with the only force at first base. 1-2 still the count. And the pitch, strike 3, swinging. Trimble down, swinging. 4-4, we stay tied after the Firebirds threaten but can't convert in the top of the 9th. We go to the bottom of the 9th. 4-4 on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, we go bottom 9, 4-4 game between the Firebirds and the Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox. First batter in the bottom of the 9th is Jacob Jenkins-Cowart against Connor Eaton. First pitch, ground ball foul to the new man on the field for the Firebirds. It was Eddie King pinch running for Jake Hyde in the 9th. Johnny Olmstead will take over at first base, the USC man. Lefty, Eaton and Cowart. The Red Sox can walk this one off in the bottom of the 9th. Eaton's pitch goes over the backstop.
And that pitch missed high. Cowart had 6-6, ducked, but it was pretty much eye level.
Whitey has had their share of comeback wins, of walk-off wins this year. 1-1, fastball, firm, strike from Eaton. If we do get there, extra innings is a possibility now this year. We're going to go to a 10th inning with the runner starting on second base. 1-2 from Eaton to Cowart. Not called a strike. Checked his swing as well.
Eaton, probably a little familiar with Jackson Cowart. George Mason series this year. ECU swept George Mason, and Cowart had 3 hits and a homer.
Eaton looking to get some revenge. Doesn't get the call in the outside corner with the fastball. A leadoff walk is just what Cowart had back in the 7th, where Whitey put up 3 runs to take a lead, 4-3 at the time. 3-2, outside ball 4. Doesn't get the call. Cowart draws the leadoff walk in the bottom of the 9th.
That's a good pitch. A lot of the pitches on the outer half of the plate from Eaton have been well located. But I think these YD batters have a really good understanding of the strike zone right now. That's been illustrated by Ryan DeMare, and they're not swinging until that's going to be called.
Enzo Apodaca, the 9-hitter for YD, gets his sign from the third base coach. Runner on first is Cowart. No outs. Bottom 9, 4-4 the score. Jack Penny, the third baseman, is in on the grass. and now they're going to pinch run. So Cowart comes out of the game. And in for him, pinch running, is number 17 for YD. That is Nathan Archer out of Bowling Green State.
Nathan Archer, a new addition of his team.
Archer added in the most recent days, and now is the game-winning run for YD in the bottom of the ninth. Eaton takes a look, now throws over. Olmsted with the two-handed catch, and we'll toss back to Eaton. Apodaca could bunt to get the runner over, and then the top of the order comes up with R.J. Austin, who's on deck. First pitch, Apodaca gets the bunt down to third. It's a good one. Penny Fields fires to first in time. Apodaca does his job and does it well. Gets Archer to second with one out for R.J. Austin.
Archer's got speed. Obviously, any pinch runner, you would hope, has great speed. But 30 stolen bases over 2 years with Bowling Green in just 100 games.
So it's going to be a pitching change, and in comes the man who's gotten out of a lot of jams this year for the Firebirds. Eaton's day is done. One out, man on second. Sean Matson comes to the mound out of Harvard. We'll be right back on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, tensions high as the gears are grinding. Bottom nine, 4-4 the score between the Firebirds and the Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox. Runner on second after Connor Eaton walked Jacob Jenkins Cowart. Nathan Archer came in to pinch run for him. And Enzo Apodaca out of Georgia, a perfect sack bunt that got him to second. So one out, 4-4 the score, bottom nine, and Sean Matson comes to the mound for the Firebirds. Ian, this week has been big for Sean. He's gotten out of a few jams, and he's looking to get out of another one.
He's proven this week. There's a reason why he comes out of a bullpen last in high-leverage situations for Kelly Nicholson. Saves in back-to-back days at Falmouth and at Brewster on Tuesday and Wednesday. 5 innings pitched down to Summer. No earned runs allowed. He's worked out of jams often.
Archer at second. One out, bottom nine, R.J. Austin comes to the plate. Single, strikeout, fly out. First pitch from Matson, swing and a miss. Pulls the string on him. A pitch that dove into the dirt, and Austin swung right over it. The Vandy man against the Harvard guy. 0-1. Did he go? He did. 0-2. The Whitey dugout not pleased with the call.
Chris Scott with the call. He's standing just off the right side of second base.
Matson quickly up 0-2 in desperate need of a strikeout. Archer at second. Held on by Oyama. The 0-2 pitch outside. Matson looked to heat him up with the fastball. White cleats, black undershirt with the red vests. Wind blowing from right to left. We'll do the 1-2 pitch. Popped up in the infield. Olmsted near the dugout in foul territory makes the catch. Sean Matson's first mission is complete. The second will be Will King.
Will King has been one of the toughest tests for pitchers on the Cape this summer. He is not going to go down without a fight. He's been quiet tonight.
Outfielders are deep except the right fielder, Trimble. First pitch to King, ground ball to third. Penny up with it, the throw over, in time! Sean Matson is Houdini again, getting out of a big jam in the bottom of the ninth. We'll go to extra innings here in Yarmouth. 4-4 still your score on the Birds Broadcast Network. After Sean Matson gets out of a runner on second, one-out jam against the top two hitters in the top offense in the Cape Cod Baseball League so far this year, we go to the 10th inning. No lights, sun still gleaming. Against Leighton Finley will be the Firebirds. They bring up their big bashers, Eddie Micheletti Jr., Andy Blake, and Jack Penny. Now in the 10th inning here in extra innings, it will be the runner on second, will be the last out of the ninth, which is Fenwick Trimble, who struck out in the top of the ninth. So Trimble is the runner, 180 feet away from scoring, as this will be the first extra inning game for the Firebirds this season as well.
Yes, and if we finish 10 innings here from Red Wilson Field and the score is still tied, that's it.
Call it a tie, and they wrap it up. Eddie Micheletti doesn't have that in his plans.
Orleans obviously is not tied in a game this season. YD's been there, done that. 8-4-1, the record for Scott Pickler's crew.
The Georgia pitcher, Leighton Finley. The pitcher, the third baseman, Darby, is in on the grass expecting a bunt from Eddie Micheletti. Finley's going to check over on Trimble before a pitch is even thrown. I'm not sure what scouting report Darby has.
He's got an extra base hit on the day, a double that led off the Birds in the fourth inning, in which they posted 2 of their 4 runs today.
4-4 the score. Top 10. Finley set on the mound. Trimble at second. First pitch to Micheletti is fouled at the plate. Some Sunday night thrill, some Sunday night adventure here in Yarmouth between the Firebirds and the Red Sox. 4-4 game. 7 hits for Orleans and 5 for YD. Orleans looking to take down the top team in the East. 0-1 the count from Finley to Micheletti, who looks back at Trimble twice. Now will fire to the plate high for a ball. In that 9th inning, Finley got into some trouble and also didn't have the best control with his fastball.
He didn't, and the same thing there. When he's been missing with the fastball, he's been missing really high of the zone. And Micheletti, somebody who rarely strikes out, is not going to go chasing for it.
1-1 the count. Fastball again, popped up foul. Micheletti acting like he just missed the ball, and he just did. Orleans had runners on second and third with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. They couldn't come through. Now runner on second in the ghost runner, Manfred man, whatever you want to call it. The runner on second base in the 10th. Nobody out. 1-2 the count to Eddie Micheletti against Leighton Finley. Finley looks back at Trimble once. Will fire to the plate. Micheletti gets a piece and fouls it out of play.
And Orleans fortunate to have Trimble on second. He has good speed. 9 stolen bases in the spring with James Madison and already a stolen base this summer.
1-2, nobody out. 7 hits. Looking to make it 8 is Michelotti for the Firebirds on the night. Finley definitely taking his time on the mound. Comes set, gets his sign. Looks back at Trimble. Now we'll fire the 1-2, foul ball, third base side on the ground.
Great at bat from Michelotti. You know, even if he doesn't reach here, to continue to drive up the pitch count of Finley now in his second inning of work is exactly the goal.
And also to get the runner over. If he can ground out to second or first, get the ball to the right side of the infield. Finley will fire the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. Fouled into the glove of Will King. Exactly what Finley needs. He gets a strikeout to start the top of the 10th.
The 19-year-old Finley pitching well beyond his years once again to Michelotti, who is one of the 25 toughest players to strike out in all of college baseball this past spring. Only 19 Ks in 55 games for George Washington.
This will be pitch number 29 for Finley. 4 1/3 against Orleans just under a week ago of scoreless ball in a 4-1 YD win. Andy Blake is the batter. Takes the first pitch fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Trimble is on second, the given runner in extra innings here in the Cape Cod Baseball League. And stands about 2 steps away from the bag. Held on loosely by Day, the second baseman. 0-1 the count. Finley, 2 looks at second. Now we'll fire to home. Blake swings and misses at the high fastball. Extra innings with the runner on second is all about situational hitting, and it's something that the Firebirds have struggled with at times this year.
It's the first time the Firebirds have been in extras, and obviously the first time they've been gifted that runner in scoring position to lead off the inning.
You want to put up 1 if you're the away team. The Firebirds looking to do that. Another look back at second. The 0-2, another fastball. Blake gets a piece, foul territory, and out of play third base line. We'll do it again. 3 fastballs to start the at-bat from Finley. Starting to get a little bit foggy in the outfield here in Yarmouth. The sun is breathing its last breath.
No lights.
And no lights as well.
But the sun not scheduled to set until 8:20, just under 40 minutes from now.
0-2, still the count to Blake. Finley will kick and check back at second. One of the YD reporters, Ben Strober, told me this season, he said, sometimes when we get to the 9th and the 10th, it's almost impossible to see as a batter. That's what some of the YD players have been telling him.
A tough road environment in Orleans' first trip here this season.
Another check back at second. The 0-2 pitch, another fastball. Blake fouls it first base side. Apodaca gives it a look, but runs out of room.
Another good at bat. Michelotti striking out. Blake, who also had a hit in the 4th, isn't going down easy.
There was even a time this season where the umpires decided in the middle of the 9th inning they weren't going to play a 10th. It got too dark. YD walked it off anyway. That's
a regular occurrence at a lot of the fields around the Cape. High school, elementary, middle school fields. Not all of them with lights.
0-2 to Blake once again. 1 out. Trimble at second. Top 10. 4-4 game. Finley will fire. Curveball. Chopper to short. In comes Vieira. Strong throw to first. Safe is Blake at first. It was a high chopper. Vieira had to wait for it to come down. Moving to third is Trimble. Blake is safe at first base with an infield single.
You'll take it any way you can get it. Put the ball in play, allow the runner to move over, but to reach as well. The 6'4" Andy Blake beating it out, and potentially a pitching change.
We're going to keep Will King behind the plate. So we'll go down as a mound visit. As the third base coach, also the head coach for YD, Scott Pickler, will talk with the umpires. This could be about the fog. This could be about the call at first base. It is the first base umpire who he's talking with, and it doesn't seem like he's talking to him in a nice way.
No, Scott Pickler is a straight shooter. 25 seasons on the Cape.
It was a close play at first. It could have went either way. Blake was hustling and giving it all he got. Pickler will head back to the dugout. Still in the game. Just a lively conversation between umpire and manager. So runners on the corners for Orleans. 1 out. Jack Penny is the batter against Leighton Finley. Blake at first. Corner. Third baseman Darby is in on the grass. Now we're going to get a mound visit from Pickler to Finley. Will it be a change?
You almost have to wonder, with the sun beginning to set, this game continues to drag out, and it's really getting foggy. You can barely see anything beyond the foul territory in left field, the sun setting right behind home plate. I don't believe this is going to be a pitching change. Nobody from the bullpen actively walking onto the field for YD. And the home plate umpire, Ryan DeMare, now making his way to the mound as Pickler, a long, long conversation with the entirety of his infield.
It's almost like, and I don't want to say that he's doing this, but that he's stalling. That he's trying to continue the fog to come in and impact this game and make it even harder on Orleans hitters that now have to deal with first and third with 1 out. Penny is still in the box. This is the longest mound visit I've ever seen, Ian, and now it's finally broken up.
It's pretty self-explanatory. If you were here, you would probably agree. Pickler makes his way towards the dugout and left. And he's a fan of the 10-inning rule. He said it in the past. Look, if both teams get an opportunity, speed up the game, I'm fine with taking a tie.
My question is, his team still has to hit.
His team still has to hit.
Anyways, 1 out. Runners on the corners. Runner on third is Trimble. On first is Blake. Penny is the batter. First pitch to him is inside. It's a scary sight. We're here on the first base line right behind the on-deck circle for Orleans, and R.J. Austin in left field is getting harder and harder to see.
It's funny. It's never seen anything quite like this.
1-0 the count to Penny. Finley in the dirt, and Will King, oh man, putting on a clinic back there to block another ball in the dirt.
He's fantastic, and one of the best players in all of the A-Sun. One of the best catchers here on the Cape. He's living up to all the hype tonight.
2-0, Penny in the driver's seat. 1 out, runners on the corners. Top 10 4-4 game between the Firebirds and the Red Sox. The pitch, fastball fouled back by Penny to the backstop.
Penny with the home run in the top of the 8th to give Orleans the lead. He's got a hit in 6 of the last 7 games. He's looked better and better each game in terms of timing.
And he hit the game-tying home run in the 8th to tie us up at 4-4. 2-1 against Finley. Blake off first. And it's outside for ball 3.
You got to think, if Penny reaches on a walk, there was going to be a pitching change for YD with an arm in the bullpen.
And now there is one. It's a righty. Penny, 3-1 up in the count. 1 out, runners on the corners. 4-4 game, top 10. Finley comes set. The pitch is an off-speed pitch in for a strike. That's been his bread and butter.
The 12-6 drops low from north to south. Hard to track down.
Full count, 1 out. Will King is giving his signs to the infield as he steps in front of home plate. On third is Trimble. On first is Blake. We'll see if he wants to steal with the full count. Still only 1 out. Penny from the left-handed batter's box. Full count against Finley, who's now up to 37 pitches. Comes set, rests his foot on the mound. The 3-2 pitch to Penny. Foul ball, third base side out of play.
And Blake was running. Already has a stolen base on the season. Still double-digit bags with the Lions at Columbia in the spring.
Finley's had to throw 38 pitches. Only has gotten 4 outs. Great plate appearances by the Firebirds. This is just another example. Full count again. We'll do it one more time. Finley and Penny. Another round of the battle. Here it comes. All-speed pitch. Ground ball to first. Throw home. A scoop. He's safe. Trimble slides in. Gets past the tag of King. And the Birds have the lead in the top of the 10th. Penny is safe to first as the throw from Christian was along the first base side in foul territory. Scooped by King, but he couldn't come back to make the tag in time. 5-4 Firebirds. Ian, it's really getting foggy now. Blake is at second, if we can even see him. Just making a joke. And then at first is Jack Penny after Christian didn't tag first base.
An interesting decision. A throw that needed to be perfect. King, an excellent defensive catcher, was pulled towards the first base side of home plate.
Jake Casey swings and misses at a first pitch breaking ball from Finley. And you go back to that mound visit from Scott Pickler. His team, who still has to hit, the fog only getting worse as time goes along.
You cannot see anything in left field. Nothing.
The bright lights of the scoreboard are barely making their way through. 5-4 the score. Casey the batter, down 0-1 in the count. Throw back to second. Blake gets back. We look from right field to center field to left field, and the left field line is crowded with fog. Corners are in for YD. Darby at third and Christian at first. He made the throw along the line and allowed Trimble to score. 0-1 to Casey. Off-speed pitch outside for a ball. Now 1-1. So Trimble was the given runner, the automatic runner, whatever you want to call it, in the 10th, and scores. He's running the contact play with one out. Ground ball by Penny to first. Scores the run. See if the Firebirds can add on any more. 1-1 the count to Casey. Fastball, swing, and a miss. Penny on first. Blake on second. Finley looking to get out of a jam that he created after a infield single by Blake. A fielder's choice by Penny, which resulted in Trimble to score the go-ahead run as we stand right here. 1-2 to Jake Casey. All-speed pitch, fouled it away. I can't believe we're playing right now, and to think there's another half inning.
There's a reason why these games start at 4:45 at YD. It's not just because people got dinner plans afterwards. It's the nature of the beast that comes here at Red Wilson Field.
And we're over 3 hours into this one in extra innings. 5-4 in the top of the 10th. Firebirds in front. 1-2, 1 out to Casey, who fouls the fastball off. Finley's bringing it in the mid-90s. And I'm shocked right here standing how Casey can see that ball.
You got to think, is he guessing? And if he is, still a heck of an at-bat he's putting up, even behind an account 1-2.
Blake on second. Penny on first. 1 out. Fog taking over Red Wilson Field. Finley will look at second. And now we'll check with a throw. Vieira gives it right back to him. The meat of the order is up and due up for YD in the 10th. 3, 4, 5.
Including Hunter Hines with 2 home runs tonight. He's driven all 4 of YD's runs.
Do the 1-2 again between Finley and Casey. Strike 3, swinging. The off-speed pitch gets Casey in front. 2 outs with 2 on. Owen Carpellotti is the batter. Strikeout number 3 for Finley. He's up to 47 pitches, which the 47th will come right here against Carpellotti. Johnny Olmstead on deck. Carpellotti, first pitch strike on the outside corner.
It's the second time these teams have clashed off where Finley has pitched. Much more patient this go-around are Orleans batters with Finley.
In the top of the inning of an extra inning battle with the runner given on second, try to put up a crooked number if you're the road team. 0-1 is high for a ball. Owen Carpellotti definitely has the ability to put up one with one swing of the bat with a short fence in right, left, and center all around.
82 runs driven in 104 games with Georgetown.
1-1 the count, even with 2 outs. The pitch, foul ball into the YD dugout. 1-2 to Carp, 2 outs. Blake on second, Penny on first. in the top of the 10th. The most exciting, the most riveting Firebirds game so far this season when it comes to anxiety and stress and everything that comes along with it. Finley sets the 1-2 pitch, off speed. Karp gets a piece. That was the same pitch he got Jake Casey on.
It is. He's got good stuff. He's a great reliever. When you come out of a bullpen, you've got two really good pitches usually, and you might see it a lot. Doesn't matter. It's untouchable stuff.
Some cheers for Finley from the crowd. 1-2 to Carpellotti from the left side. 2 outs. Blake on second. Penny on first. Finley, 2 checks on second. Lifts the leg. Fires the off-speed pitch and gets the strikeout. A lot of runners, a lot of traffic. 1 run comes across for Orleans in the top of the 10th. From a place where we can barely see in Yarmouth, we go to the bottom of the 10th, 5-4 Birds, looking to protect the lead with Sean Matson coming back to the mound. Back on the Birds Broadcast Network, the craziest game so far this season, and we all forget the drone delay in the 4th. Well, it's 5-4 Birds as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning in extra innings. No Whitey Red Sox have come up to the plate. Coaches still talking. The word stalling has been used over and over again by the Red Sox. The batter is Hunter Hines. He will face Sean Matson. Hunter Hines has all 4 runs for Hyannis today. Runner on second, who's not there yet, will be a pinch runner. It's number 16 for YD. Casey Cook out of UNC. So Casey Cook is at second. Hunter Hines is at the plate. He has 2 home runs today, 4 RBIs, and Coach Kelly Nicholson says, go get him. An intentional walk is on the table. It would put the go-ahead run on base. Sean Matson, first pitch to Hines, swing and a miss with the fastball.
I like the decision. I understand the hesitation and why you would, but Sean Matson has been that guy over the last week.
A 1 is inside for a ball.
You know, let him do his thing. He's on the verge of getting his 3rd save this week. He has become your closer. Give him the confidence to go out there and get a massive out.
1-1. On second, it is Cook. Swing and a miss. Fastball again. High. Matson. The strikeout is always the first out you want with the runner on second. 5-4 Firebirds. Bottom of the 10th. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Hines down swinging. Matson with the first out in the 10th.
Sean Matson has proved every time he's come up to the bump this summer, he is up for the challenge. But the Vieira, he's not somebody to take lightly either. He torched this Orleans team in their first meeting, one of the best players in the Big East.
0-for-3 on the day. First pitch from Matson is high for a ball. He gets the strikeout of the man with 2 homers and 4 RBIs on the day, protecting a 1-run lead with a runner 180 feet away at second base and Casey Cook. The 1-0, fastball, outside ball. It's Vieira, then Brady Day, then Xander Darby if we get there. Matson needs 2 outs. He rests, now throws, 2-0 off speed, in for a strike. Went with the slider. Gets the call. Hines down on strikes for the first out. Cook off second, 2-1, swing and a miss from Vieira. Matson looks like everything's working so far. He pitches in the 9th. He pitches now in the 10th. 2-2, 1 out to Vieira. He kicks, he deals, swing and a miss! Back-to-back strikeouts from Matson to start the bottom of the 10th. Sean Matson 1 out away from giving the Firebirds the win over the East-leading Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox. Casey Cook off second. First pitch to Brady Day is a called strike on the off-speed. Can Matson pull a rabbit out of his hat for another time this week? 0-1 today. Swing and a miss. He's 1 strike away from the most exciting Firebirds win of the season. 0-2 today. Setting at the belt. Matson delivers. Strike 3 called. Sean Matson strikes out the side in the bottom of the 10th. And the Firebirds win 5-4-10 over the Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox in a thriller on Sunday night.
Couldn't draw it up much better than that. Crazy one here from Red Wilson. Orleans coming off the rain out yesterday with no rust and a much-needed bounce back. Sean Matson with his 3rd save of the week. He's got all the faith in the world from Kelly Nicholson. The offense with 7 hits, just like they had on Friday at Harwich, but turning in 4 more runs. Kelly Nicholson rallying the troops right now, and all he has to say is great win, because that's what it is. You're playing a team that sits atop the East Division for a reason, and YD, and you take them down, and you get 1 game closer to 500. This is a big momentum boost for Orleans. 4 of the last 5 have broke the way of the Firebirds. The pitching, really, really good. Hunter Hines isn't playing this game. That's a 0. And that's a pretty unbeatable guy. So, fantastic game all around. Something these guys have to be very proud of.
Ian, there are so many storylines from this game. Of course, the Hunter Hines home run in the 7th inning, a 3-run shot to put YD up 4-3 at the time, felt almost like a backbreaker. But this Orleans offense came back right back in the next frame where they took their at-bats, and it was a quick 2 outs until Jack Penny came up to the plate.
That was huge. Jack Penny provided, he bailed his team out, plain and simple. 2 quick outs. Penny, great swing, right field, small ballpark, good power. I think that can be a big hit for him moving forward. He's a guy who has the potential to be a special player here on the Cape, as a good player and a really good program in Notre Dame, but really impressed with what they were able to put together in the top of the 10th. You mentioned it. There's a lot of pressure on your entire offense when you realize not only is there a guy on second base, you have a golden opportunity to drive him in, but you don't know what's going to happen here out on the field. You don't know when the game is going to end. If you're going to get to the bottom of the 10th inning. But they blocked all of that out, understood what the task was, and now somebody's going to get player of the game, and probably deservingly so.
It's Jack Penny to get it from Andy Blake, who won it last time the Birds won, which was 13-2 against Brewster, the second game of that series. But, oh, man, how to recap, how to debrief from this game. We'll hopefully get a player interview on, so stick with us on Cooling Down here on the Birds Broadcast Network. 5-4, the Firebirds win, not only in Yarmouth, but also in the fog, in a field that we can barely continue to make out. And Penny, with the game-tying home run in the 8th, and the go-ahead fielder's choice in the 10th, will come on and join us after a 5-4 win.
Yeah, Jack Penny making his way over to our broadcast setup behind first base here. He had a bit of a quiet start to the year, but over the last 5-6 games or so, Jack Penny has been great. And he joins us here on Cooling Down on the Birds Broadcast Network. First, he has to take off the helmet because he was awarded player of the game. Now with the headset, Jack, what a fun one, right?
Yeah, it was a great game all the way down to the end. First extra inning game of the year for us, and then the fog came settling in, but we got the job done. So it was a good game.
You ever seen anything like this? I know you're a Massachusetts native. You ever seen any atmosphere like this on the field with the fog?
No, especially without lights. I've had some games with lights, so it's not too bad. But having no lights is tough when the sun's going down and the fog comes rolling in. But luckily we got it in before it got too bad.
Well, not a too bad at bat for you your last time up. Home run, smoked it, right field. You come up to the plate with 2 outs. What's the approach there? Take me through that at bat.
So I just really want to put another good AB together, have a good swing, look for a good pitch, and not try to do too much. To be quick to the ball, be short, and then I wasn't trying to hit it, but trying to put it in play at least. So.
Well, you certainly put it in play. Almost
Yeah.
hit the house over there in right field. You've got a hit in 6 of your last 7. Obviously, that was your biggest hit of the year with an extra base bomb, a home run. What's been working for you as of late?
Coming up to the plate each time with a plan, not trying to be in between pitches, not trying to worry about too much of what the pitcher has, more of what you can do with a certain pitch that you want to look for at the plate. I feel like I've been seeing the ball well and being able to execute good swings on the pitches that I'm looking for. So.
How big is this win for you guys? Obviously, every game equal. 1 win is 2 points, however you slice it. That's the best team in the East Division, though, to come to their place, pick up a win in extra innings. What does this mean for this group?
It means a good deal because our off day yesterday helped us out a little bit, reset after a tough loss. But I think this is what we're capable of. We're good. We're turning around in close games. But if we're in it late, I think we can get some good ABs together. And some guys on our team have been putting good ABs together in the last few days. And then we finally came through today. So big win and obviously a good team.
Cooling down on the Birds Broadcast Network. Jack, one last question before you celebrate with the team. How close is this group? I mean, you're only a quarter of the way through the year. You've got a lot of random off days so far.
Yeah.
How tight are these guys?
Really tight. And there's no issues at all. Everyone loves each other. Everyone's got each other's back. Whoever's not in the lineup that day is right on the fence cheering them on. Everyone's ready. We had Eddie King come in for a pinch hit. Or pinch runner. We had Johnny O come in to play first in later innings. So everyone's on the fence ready, and I love it. It's a great team.
And we love that swing. Home run to tie the game at 4 in the 8th, and a 5-4 extra innings win for Orleans. Jack Penny, the player of the game on the field for the Birds. Thanks so much for joining us, Jack.
No problem. Thank you.
A great win as we continue cooling down on the Birds Broadcast Network. 5-4, Orleans improves to 6-7 on the year. Meanwhile, the top team in the East headed into tonight, NYD drops to 8-5-1, the hottest team in the CCBL. Its 3-game win streak ended, and in order to continue putting wins together, a guy like Jack Penny has to continue to stay hot.
Yeah, Ian, and it all comes back to really, it was the fielder's choice in the 10th. Penny hit it to first base. It looked like a ground ball out, but then the runner from third base comes home, streaks home. That was Trimble on the contact play. The throw was to the first base side of the home plate. He scores to put the Birds up 5-4 in the most thrilling win of the season, and I think no one can disagree with that.
No, nobody can disagree with it. Obviously, that 3-game win streak was exciting, but a few of those games were pretty easily decided, especially that last one in the 13-2 win over Brewster. But this is a game where you prove from start to finish your guys can get it done with runners in scoring position and against really good pitching in YD. So Jack Penny said it. Really important game to get. You get it. You get closer and closer to 500. You keep yourself right in the middle of that East Division and prove you can go blow for blow with the top teams in the league.
And I think what's so interesting and something that we'll look back on is manager Kelly Nicholson's bullpen management. He brought in 7 pitchers today, 6 from the bullpen, and then, of course, the starter, Jake Peppers, who seemed like he threw maybe 3 hours ago. It probably was 3 hours ago,
Yeah.
but it feels like days ago. But everyone had an impact, right? You had Johnny Olmstead come in and play first base in that 9th inning. Jake Hyde with the double in the top of the 9th. Everyone 1 through 9 made an impact offensively or defensively. And I think what's so big is even though this team went down 4-3 in the 7th, they came back the next inning, punched back, took the punch in the mouth, and ran with it.
Not easy to do, especially when facing a pitcher out of a bullpen who had your number, just 6 days ago. Went 4 1/3 shutout to close the last game out between these two in which you only post 1 run. So for guys like Jack Penny and then everybody else who contributed to getting that run across in the top of the 10th, without those performances, you don't win the game. You don't keep yourself in the game. But it's a tough group of guys. I mean, I think we knew that ever since they started the year 2-6 and then rattled off 3 straight wins to prove we're not done yet, right? So this has been a resilient group all season, and they've proven that, on short rest, on a little bit extra rest, they can get back in and support each other and pick each other up.
And Ian, before we go, of course, we got to read our ads, but before we get to there, I mean, how do you sum up what Sean Matson just did?
Oh, I mean, it was electric. I mean, you're his biggest advocate. I got to be right there with you. But ever since he came out in, I believe, the 8th inning of that first game of the year against Hyannis on the road, you knew he was really good. And he had just great stuff. And he works really quick. He goes right at batters. And I think, the biggest endorsement of him, outside of the fact that he's obviously closing out games for Kelly Nicholson, is the fact that they did not intentionally walk Hunter Hines, in the 10th inning. I mean, that's one of the best power hitters in all of college baseball. You have a free base, you could intentionally walk him, and you let Sean Matson go right at him, and he gets a 4-pitch strikeout. So he made it look easy. Yeah,
100%. And I think that goes to Sean Matson's character. You got to think there was a conversation between Kelly Nicholson and Sean Matson and the rest of the coaching staff that said, Sean, do you think you can go in and get this guy? And as Sean is, and we know his personality, he said, I can go get him, and he did. I think that has an impact in it, and I think also the fog could have an impact in it as well. We saw it in the last inning. We know how nasty Sean Matson is, but no matter if you're facing Randy Johnson, you're facing Max Scherzer, or you're facing me and you on the mound, it is hard to hit in the fog. And clearly, Scott Pickler came in. He stalled for a little bit in the top of the 10th. It didn't pay off for him, and in the bottom of the 10th, as the fog grew, the strikeouts grew for YD.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you and I weren't in the batter's box. We were pretty close to the field. We understand how dramatic the fog was. And Jack Penny said it just a few minutes ago when he joined us. He's never seen anything like that before, so you can't prepare for something like that. And obviously YD's probably seen it a few times over the years. I mean, Scott Pickler's been here a quarter of a century, and they don't have lights. So it is what it is. But they didn't use that as an excuse. They could have easily used it as an excuse. Still gutted out a run and threw a lot of breaks in this game, from the drone to the Fenwick Trimble foul balls, and it was lower body and the fog. It was a long game, as baseball can be from time to time. One that Orleans finds itself on top of.
That's right, and the Firebirds are right back at it tomorrow at Cotuit tomorrow. 5 o'clock start at Cotuit, right back here at the Birds Broadcast Network on the YouTube channel. But Ian, before we go, we got to pay the bills.
Got to pay the bills, and the official post-game sponsor for cooling down here on the Birds Broadcast Network is Mazzio Construction. Mazzio Construction LLC works hard to build a resume for itself. Let them put their knowledge, experience, and passion together to work for you. Their team is committed to exceed your expectations. New home, addition to existing home, renovation, they handle it all. They work close with their clients to make sure that all your needs are met. They're honest, on time, with the schedule, and passionate about what they do. Give them a call. Let them introduce them to your work and see how they can help you. Mazzio Construction.
5-4 the final between the Firebirds and the Whitey Red Sox here on Sunday night. We'll wrap it up. Thank you all for listening. And that'll do it. 5-4 in 10. Birds win. Cotuit tomorrow, 5 o'clock, right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network.